Okay, welcome councillors. I declare the Western Bay of Plenty District Council meeting CO 26/15 open and welcome everyone here, particularly our Tauranga City Council guests. You're most welcome in our chambers. Great to see you. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and the consequences of that. I'll now invite Chris Napier to open our hui with a karakia. Chris.
Tēnā koe e te korumatua, tēnā tātou. Nau mai tātou ki tēnei hui whakahirahira. Nau mai anō I runga I ngā maumaharatanga ki te hunga kua wehe atu I te tirohanga kanohi. Ko Charlie Timu tērā, ko Māora tērā, ko Lance Waka tērā, ko Irene Walker tērā, ko Neni Mihi tērā, ko Mariah tērā, ko Waireti tērā. Anō hoki I rongo au I te wehenga o te CEO o Hastings ko Nigel Bickle. Rātou kua hao nei te kupenga o Taramainuku a te wā ka tukuna atu kia Pohutukawa, kia Whetūrangihia. Nō reira rātou kia rātou, tātou e tau nei, kei noi tātou. Tau ake rā te moana e papaki kauana ki te ākau tangata. Kakinga ngā waka, ka mauru, te tohu, ki te arearenga o mauau. He pauherenga mau, he pauhononga mau, kia herea ki te tika, kia herea ki te pono, kia mau, kia ita, kia u, haumie, huie, tā ki e, tēnā tātou.
Kia ora, thank you, Chris. For sake of our guests and any others in here today, please note the fire exits outside of here. Should there be an emergency and to follow the instructions of staff, and you'll be aware toilets are available in the foyer over there. I think you'll be familiar with our microphones now, but you press the right-hand button and it goes red when you're live. And since there can only be a certain number available, please turn it off when you finish speaking. But with that, I'm going to move on to the order of business, and there are no apologies, so we don't need to do that. Item 5 is consideration of late items. There is one late item for council to consider, and that's the it's the main report actually. Local government reform, participation in simplifying local government Head Start pathway. The reason this item was not included in the agenda was because it was not available at the time the agenda was published, and discussion could not be delayed until the next scheduled meeting due to time restrictions. So can I have a mover and seconder for that recommendation, please? Deputy Mayor Mo Benj, Councillor Joyce, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? No, okay. There are no public excluded items that should be considered an open meeting, and there's no one who's indicated forum. So with that, I'm going to adjourn our council meeting so that Tauranga City Council can open their meeting and consider their first report. So I adjourn our council meeting, and over to you, Mayor Mahi.
Kia ora, and thank you, Mayor James. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Tauranga City Council meeting of Thursday, the 6th of August, 2026. It's great to be here with our hosts from Western Bay District Council. So thank you very much for having us again, and it's great to be in the room with both councils in this joint council meeting. As formalities have been covered, I'll move straight into apologies, and I note we've got a full contingent. Thank you, team. It's great to see us all around the table together, and we don't have any public forum, and there is one acceptance of late items, and that is the local government reform, participation and simplifying local government Head Start pathway. The above item was not included in the original agenda because it was not available at the time the agenda was issued, and discussion could not be delayed until the next scheduled meeting of the committee because a decision is required today to file by the 9th of August, if that is the will of the council. So I now ask for a mover and seconder to accept the local government reform participation in simplifying local government Head Start pathway. We've got to move that and second that. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Taylor, all those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. We don't have any change in the order of business at this stage. It will be a bit of back and forwards as we adjourn the meetings to make it work. I do just want to acknowledge, as being the first time the council has met, a couple of significant passings in the last couple of weeks from local government. Nigel Bickle, who we heard in the opening karakia, and also former Mayor of Taupo, David Truwavis, who obviously Gareth Green has some close links to. So just like to take a moment's silence to acknowledge those two great servants of local government. Right, thank you, everyone. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a presentation from both our staff members and to allow members of the Western Bay of Plenty District Council to ask questions during this item. I asked for a mover and seconder to allow speaking rights, and so that I now ask for a mover and seconder that the council grants speaking rights to the attending Western Bay of Plenty District Council elected members for item 11.1, including the ability to ask questions and seek clarification during consideration of this item as we hear from the staff members. So I've got a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Kurak, Councillor Schuler, thank you very much. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. So now I'd like to hand over to our staff, and Gareth and Emily will introduce and give us a bit of a rundown.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors, Mayors and Councillors. We're here today to introduce this paper which seeks a decision on whether the Western Bay of Plenty District Council and the Tauranga City Council will jointly enter into a Head Start application with the intention of forming a single unitary authority over the Western Bay of Plenty sub-region as part of a set of 3 unitary councils in the Bay of Plenty. Emily and I will present together today as part of a coordinated team, consistent with how we've worked together to get to this point. At the end of the presentation, you're more than welcome to ask questions of either of us. In our opinion, today's decision is actually quite simple. It's a decision between requesting government that you're part of the design of local government for the Western Bay sub-region, or if you'd prefer to wait and see what the model is that is developed elsewhere for it to be imposed on us. We know that status quo is not an option. The government has made it clear that change is coming, and our understanding is that the opposition would also pursue change if there's a change at the next central government elections. The opposition have indicated that that change is required, even if they would have picked a different process. Whilst much of the discussion to date has rightfully been around the Western Bay of Plenty sub-region, it also needs to be noted that our application will form part of a single application for the whole of the Bay of Plenty. This is important as the whole of the Bay needs to be considered and a coordinated approach to functions best delivered at scale undertaken. It's also important to note that you're the last 2 councils in the region to make a decision on this matter, with the East and Rotorua already having resolved to make an application for the 3 sub-regional model. Your decision today will have an impact on the whole of the Bay. We acknowledge that this process feels rushed. We're in a position where we have to respond to the timeframes that have been imposed on us by the government. We have only had 90 days to get to this point. However, this goes to the point that we do not need to resolve every matter today. We simply need to agree that our future is obviously going to be better together. Your application has already gone into a lot more detail than most others that we are seeing around the country, which is understandable as you're searching for answers to many of the questions about how things may work. The truth is that we actually don't have all those answers, but they will come out in time. The benefit of the Head Start process is that you'll be able to be at the table to work these issues through, as opposed to taking a model that's developed elsewhere. Whilst there's been limited opportunity within the timeframe set by the government, the community engagement which each council has undertaken has been very, very clear that they expect you to lead this change. you have a mandate. In the case of Tauranga City Council, our statistically valid survey showed that approximately 80% of our people want you to lead this change, rather than wait for the government to impose it on you. An equally large majority of people have asked for a larger unit of local government, so long as efficiencies can be found. A similar number of people indicated that Western Bay of Plenty District Council would be the preferred partner for you.
In the case of Western Bay of Plenty District Council, our community conversations and online engagement indicated that 45% of respondents supported council merging with other councils versus 27% who were opposed to that approach. We asked our community for feedback across 5 possible scenarios. The sub-regional scenario had the most support, with 27.4% of respondents, equal with a standalone unitary authority model, which isn't contemplated by the Head Start pathway. We heard that the 2 key themes requiring focus in any proposal related to local voice and representation and the approach to managing debt.
Alongside this, mana whenua of the sub-region have also been very clear. They believe that there is a natural partnership between Tauranga City Council and the Western Bay of Plenty District Council, and would strongly prefer that we focused here in this rohi rather than looking further afield. Iwi spoke about how they needed to maintain relationships with all 3 councils currently, and how this would be simplified by the creation of a single unitary authority. Our business community have signalled similar thoughts. Their desire is that any new council is designed in such a way to be enabling for business, and the suggestion is that change is focused on the sub-region. For completeness, we need to note that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council hold a view that a single unitary authority across the whole of the Bay of Plenty is the most effective and efficient way to deliver our services. Whilst we acknowledge that some councillors share this view, we would remind you that this is not consistent with what your communities have said, and we understand that the other communities of the Bay are also not in agreement with that approach. Importantly though, a single Bay-wide unitary is not an option available to you at this time, given that there is no other district or city council in the region who favour this approach. As such, this is not presented as a practical option today for consideration through the recommendations of the report. However, where and how functions currently undertaken by the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, as well as those undertaken by Tauranga City Council and Western Bay of Plenty District Council, will need to be carefully planned during the next phase of the project. You have some principles to help guide these discussions, but in essence, each service and function will need to be assessed and decisions made as to where and how they are best to be delivered. This will need to be done in collaboration with the rest of the Bay of Plenty councils, and potentially even wider, and in particular with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council.
As Gareth has already referenced, this proposal forms part of a coordinated and coherent approach for the entirety of the Bay of Plenty region, with 3 proposed sub-regional unitary authorities reflecting strong local labour markets, ways of working and communities of interest. This proposal also has strong alignment with the new planning system and leverages the foundational work undertaken by the 3 sub-regions to date to develop existing spatial plans or future development strategies. We already have close alignment and a range of existing services and relationships at the sub-regional level. We believe that there are significant opportunities for simplification and transformation within our sub-region. The opportunity in this process is to design a new unit of local government, undertaking the functions of all levels of local government in the sub-region. This is not about one council taking over another. This is not about Tauranga becoming Western Bay or Western Bay becoming Tauranga. It needs to be about designing something entirely new. A new organisation that's built around the needs of our communities rather than the structures that were established decades ago in a different time. We have responded the best we can to the issues and concerns that you've raised through this process on behalf of your communities. We've shown how local voice can be maintained in a new, larger entity, and we've shown how debt can be ring-fenced for the life of that debt while still recognised assets that can be considered sub-regionally. We've shown that the governance arrangements could look like, as you work through the transitional decision-making. The benefit of this process is that you can deliberately design solutions to the concerns that you have, supported by further engagement with our communities and tangata whenua as you develop more specific proposals through the next phase. Agreeing to the resolutions today is only the start of the process. If approved by government in September, a significant amount of work will be required over coming months and years. Legislation will be required and detailed design will need to be undertaken. It's proposed that this project is governed by a joint committee involving elected members of both councils, with two important matters being debt and local representation, requiring a double majority to proceed. Together, we can be deliberate in designing a cost-effective, efficient, and responsive organisation that gives voice to our communities and provides an enabling and empowering environment for all those that interact with it. We have heard from our communities that these things are important to them, and this is our chance to build something new that addresses these things. The alternative to agreeing to enter the Head Start process is that you're opting for the backstop. The details of the backstop are not yet known, as the government has indicated that they intend to take learnings from the development of the Head Start and then apply these to the backstop. What that does mean, though, is that you cannot be sure that all of these things that you've worked through to get to this point would be available to you as considerations as part of that process. Put simply, Head Start gives you some increased influence and backstop gives you some increased uncertainty. Through Head Start, you retain the ability to shape governance, representation, debt arrangements, and service delivery. Through backstop, many of those decisions are likely to be informed by models elsewhere. We acknowledge the work that you've undertaken to date on this matter in a short period of time. You've showed up to talk with your communities and to have some tricky conversations about an uncertain future. We've had no less than 8 joint workshops over the last month or so, as well as many of you having a number of other discussions between you. In a perfect world, we would have more time to be able to work through more of the detail that we haven't been able to get to. However, the process has been given to us does not allow time for that. In saying that, we have covered a lot of ground, have a better understanding of what's important to our communities, and identified what will be critical to focus on through the next phase if you decide to enter the Head Start pathway.
Ultimately, today's decision is not about structures, boundaries, or organisational charts. It is about whether we choose to shape the future of local government for the Western Bay or whether we leave that task to others. We've heard from our communities, we've heard from mana whenua, we've heard from the business sector. The consistent message has been clear. If change is coming, then we should lead it. The recommendations before you give the sub-region that opportunity. Lastly, we'd like to acknowledge the incredible hard work that the project team has undertaken in very tight timeframes. Navigating an issue as significant as this in a limited time period has been challenging and has required prioritising this work over weekends and evenings for the last 90 days. It's been pleasing to see the trust and confidence grow between the staff of both of your organisations. Your combined team have worked tirelessly and in a collaborative manner because it's clear that we share the belief in this, that this is a real opportunity for our organisations, our partners, and most importantly for our communities to see a transformation of local government for our sub-region. Emily and I are both happy to answer any questions.
Right, have I got any questions from either side of the room? Yeah, Councillor Kura.
Tēnā kōrua. I understand that the East and Rotorua are on the pathway, is that correct? Through their resolutions?
Through you, Worship, correct. Both of those groupings have passed their resolutions. So in the East, Kawerau District Council, Whakatane District Council and Opotiki District Council have agreed to form a single unitary for the East, and Rotorua have passed a resolution for Rotorua to be a single unitary for the central part of the Bay of Plenty.
And I understand that Rotorua needs West to join in on the pathway. So if today we don't join in on that pathway, what would happen?
So on its own, Rotorua does not meet the criteria that the government have set because you need to have 2 or more councils and there's other criteria around population. So they do need the regional approach, and that advice came through from MCERT yesterday. And so if your decision didn't continue today, then Rotorua would need to reconsider how they were to achieve what they've resolved to undertake.
And if I could just follow on. So is there potential for government to step in somehow to ensure that we all join in on that pathway, or it's basically dead in the water?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't believe so. I think if the councils couldn't get to a point where there was a complying application, then simply you would move to the backstop process.
Councillor Joyce.
I'm sorry, I've got no voice today, so you're going to be spared too much of me. I understand, and this may be a question for the mayors, that we've been shown a letter that was sent to the Labour leadership, with an election coming up, asking for their view of this process. It's been referred to in the opening comments, but did we ever hear back from the opposition about their view? And if so, can that please be shared ASAP? It was the mayoral forum that sent it, of course. That's why I'm asking more the mayors rather than the staff.
I think Gareth covered that in his speech.
He certainly said that indicated something, but we haven't seen it. So if there's been a reply, I'd really like to see it.
Yeah, I haven't seen a reply.
I've not seen anything definitive, no.
No.
Okay. And there's also been reference to an email from MCERT yesterday. We haven't seen that. Can we please see it? I understand telling us that Gareth wasn't seen it.
Gareth could.
Yeah, if you could distribute that, please. Sorry, it's a journalist in me. I like to see the source documents if I possibly can.
Yes, certainly. Yeah. Councillor Alvin.
Yes, look, just following on from that, do we have the latest and updated version of your joint mayoral letter? Has there been any changes on that? We got that very early on in the piece, so I take it that now that must have been signed if those other two councils have put their Head Start proposal in. So could you please let us have a copy of that letter?
So that, again, we're happy to share that letter. There's an update yesterday after the advice from MCERT that has not been signed as of yet, because obviously we still haven't made a decision. So there is an update, and again, have you got that, Matt? From Andrew Moraz yesterday. Yeah. So I've shared it with my council, but I'm sure we can share with you as well. So
Yeah, sort of that democracy demands it, Mahi, I think.
yeah, Councillor Daly.
Thanks, Mahi. This amendment that you're talking about to accommodate Rotorua's inclusion in a bay-wide Head Start proposal, that's what we're talking about essentially, isn't it?
Mm.
Can we have it on the screen so everyone can read it?
Can we get it up on the screen? So yeah, just to clarify, so the letter effectively that we're looking to sign from the Bay Mayors would effectively become the Bay of Plenty Head Start proposal, and then it refers to the different three. So the document that we've worked on together effectively would become part of that Head Start proposal as the detail for each of the sub-unitary authorities, with the overarching letter being the official kind of Head Start proposal with the appendices or the chapters, I guess, attached to it. So that was sort of late in the piece yesterday on the advice that we had, and we had a meeting with the mayors last night to try to make sure we got the detail correct. Yeah, Councillor Dinsdale.
Mahi, does the letter address the conversations that Tania is having in regards to boundary changes?
Yes, there is a paragraph in there that says that we're open to looking at boundary changes with the agreement of the two territorial authorities involved in that. So that's that's what the letter says.
So just to follow up on that question, then when will the conversation happen with Te Arawa? Or Western Bay?
So neither I nor council have been had formal indication that of other proposals like that. So that's not on the table at the moment. Tanya has indicated that there is some desire for that, but it's been clear that it would not happen without the explicit agreement of both councils.
Really, why is it even addressed in this letter?
I think as we've discussed with all of this, we need to keep the options open around what is possible. And if you read the letter, it's not saying we seek a boundary adjustment. It's just saying that we are open to boundary adjustments if it makes sense, and there is the agreement of the two territorial authorities. So with all of this, what's that, sorry?
I would also say it doesn't mention specific changes. It's a general comment about minor boundary changes should that they make sense. I mean, maybe the boundary could go the other side of the stream or something like that as well. So there's minor issues too.
Sorry, but Tanya's been quite vocal about this. So at what stage was Tanya going to be vocal here with Western Bay and Tauranga City Council as elected members and on behalf of the Māori ratepayers that have in their communities a vested interest in this boundary change?
I'll just be clear, at the moment, it's not on the table.
Yeah, there's been no official approach. Yeah, Councillor Sol.
So because that's quite open, it means boundary changes could be considered in any direction.
Yep.
Is that a fair assumption? Thank you.
Councillor Ray.
Emily, I have a question for you, please. So we're talking about submitting something on behalf of the Bay of Plenty, and our proposal is to go in with Tauranga. So if for some reason today, one of us decided that we would not like to enter into that, and then subsequently the two larger councils of our region put forward their Head Start preferences within the Bay-wide one, does that just effectively mean that that party who disagreed is just an unwilling partner within a Head Start?
So that would be subject to further decisions by those other councils to pursue that option.
Yes, I know.
So at the moment, that hasn't been determined.
No, it hasn't. But I'm just saying, if that scenario played out, because then that tells me that actually you would still, you're an unwilling partner within a Head Start rather than in a backstop, and therefore you could be able to participate still within aligning what that Head Start looks like in the detailed design phase.
Yes, I'd agree with that at a high level, and the policy document does enable that.
Councillor Rolleston.
Tūtai kei te mihi ki a koe e te tuakana a Chris o tō karakia. Me te whanaunga Ness, tēnei te mihi aroha kia kōrua. I just want to stay a little bit on the possible boundary adjustment, because I did see most of the Rotorua hui. I guess my simple question is, if today we go into a transitional arrangement with Western Bay, who is the other entity that Rotorua is talking to? Does Tauranga have any say in that? If we were a transitional unitary authority, is it that group or is it Western Bay that would have that discussion with Rotorua.
So through you, your worship, it would be the entirety of the region. So if we followed the resolution's recommendations as there, it would be the committee of 20 would have those conversations with anything that came through from the regional picture.
Yeah,
Through you, Mr. Chair, hear me, in response to that, ki tāku nei whakaro, ki ngā tangata e kōrero mai ki au, me karanga he hui mo te waka. Mā rātou ki hei whakatau tēnei. So everyone is aware of this private little conversation that Hemi and I just had. The advice I've been given is to call a hui o Te Arawa Waka for everyone to decide. So therefore, in this case, Tauranga Moana should be there. He whānau kotahi tātou.
Councillor Alban.
Look, I just want to put clearly on the record that we had a workshop here where all at the front table were told that when any correspondence came in that was relevant, we expected to get it in 5 minutes. This letter from combined mayors is an example of, once again, the failure to respect elected members. There's a saying which says, justice delayed is justice denied. I want to suggest to you that democracy delayed is democracy denied. So James, I want to express very clearly that I'm disappointed you did not circulate that to us.
You may have expressed that you expected any correspondence to be sent to you immediately. That was just your opinion, and it's not either practicable or sensible when we're doing these kind of discussions. If you need to know the information and it's important, of course I'll share it with you, but that kind of correspondence is just not practicable.
Just to follow up from there, Mayor James, there were numerous pieces of conversation and email you sent last night and all sorts of stuff that were not particularly relevant. This was relevant and should have been available. Now, you and I might disagree on that. That's fine. I'm just expressing my personal view on that. You have your personal view. That's fine too.
We've got other questions. This is the paragraph from the letter, just for anyone that is interested. Councillor Rolleston.
Yeah, just following up now, reading the text. Minor boundary adjustments, I would not include Makatu as a minor boundary adjustment from my read, but we might, and I'm just making sure people interpret things different ways. But I'm sure that Makatu wouldn't be saying, oh, that's a minor boundary adjustment.
Councillor Daly and then Councillor Dinsdale.
Is this the proposed wording to go into the outline proposal that we're passing today?
So this is the bay-wide proposal that sits above the document that we've worked on between our two councils.
Sorry, do we have that whole document? Email. Shouldn't it say Bay Plenty councils wholeheartedly support the progression of this outline proposal?
Yeah, well, I guess this is at this stage we don't have the council's support. This has been done through the mayoral forum, and at this stage it's the mayors that do support this, and obviously depending on today's decision would decide whether this is agreed by all the councils or not. But as we've heard, 4 councils have already resolved that they're in agreement with this. We understand there's another meeting of Rotorua Council tomorrow, just to deal with some of the added information that they've had, so they can update as required. Councillor Joyce.
It's really just a flip side of Councillor Ray's question. If one party today decided not to go ahead, is there a guarantee that the headline proposal, or the Head Start proposal, as it is, will be the Head Start proposal put into government by the other party?
Well, I think we've got to wait until we see the decisions that are made as to, you know, as we've heard from Emily, that would then have to be considered.
So there is no guarantee. It would stay the same.
Sorry, no guarantee.
Sorry, lack of voice is not helping. Yeah, some people have already said it's a good idea. They might, they have no voice. I mean, I'm just asking, is there a guarantee that if one party pulls out of this, that the other party will go ahead with the same proposal that's there now?
Well, there's no guarantee, but the legislation allows that, yes.
So it could happen or it might not. Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Ninsell, and then we'll go to Councillor
Thank
Crowley.
you.
And then Councillor Sol.
In response to, we acknowledge that minor, so minor is the key word here. Minor being, there's no definition of what that means. There's no defined area that you're talking about, but major in terms that you're trying to change the whakapapa of the land and kaitaki. So I do have a problem with that word. And I don't know what you propose to change it to, but major reads to me minor. Minor reads to me major. Major boundary changes and adjustments, not just to what Rotorua Lakes are proposing, but in terms of the tātai kōrero associated to that boundary change.
I think still the key part is that is agreed by the affected territorial authorities. So there can't be any boundary changes unless there's an agreement. And if you look at that, the appropriate engagement with affected communities, iwi, hapu and stakeholders. So I think there is a catch-all. If your council didn't support any boundary change, then it's not possible to have one. So that's the key part of that. Councillor Crowther, and then we'll go to Councillor Sol, and then back to Baker and Shawler.
Yeah, can you please clarify, whoever can in the room, around the discussions that have happened in a lot of councils around New Zealand regarding referenda or the process for actually things, not just boundary changes, but the final decisions around Head Start if councils are accepted into it. Because it's something which I've noticed different councils have got different advice suggesting different processes. And is it something that if we wanted that put in, that we would have to put it into a Head Start proposal? Is it something that has been signalled as happening from the government, which is seemingly some advice I've heard, or is it just not even on the table?
I would note that our outline proposal at the moment doesn't propose. Are you talking about a referendum at a higher level in terms of the more, I guess, kind of global proposal that's in there? Yes. So we don't have that in there at the moment. I don't think that you would need to have that in your Head Start application necessarily to be able to do that later. You could still take that decision through the next phase.
So just through the chair, so would, if it's not there, is your assessment as staff that it would not signal that we're not interested in that? It would just be a neutral, and then we could have whatever form of decision-making committee or whatever could make a decision at any point over any issue, including this boundary change, but also on the wider issues.
Through the chair, not having it. Always does that to me. Not having it in the document doesn't preclude you making that decision that you wish to engage in some way, whether that's, whatever that engagement looks like, right up into and including a binding referendum. So you would still have that ability to do that through the detailed design phase. As I said in their introduction, the proposal as you've currently got it is actually a lot more detailed than what it needs to be, and we understand that because you've had to get to a point of having the comfort with the detail to know that you want to enter into this process. But remember, this is simply a ticket to the table to start the conversation.
Councillor Sol.
I have a couple of things there. One is that this is the mayoral forums letter, correct? I'm not sure whether we have, whilst I believe we have a right to say something about whatever our mayors say, I'm not sure whether that forum is its own entity in this situation or not, and may choose to do whatever it likes. I then think if that's the case, then they are answerable back to their councils. But to me, yeah, major and minor is quite an issue, I guess, and we're hearing that there. The removal of the word and just of minor from that text would surely take care of everything in there.
But surely is removing the word minor opening up more opportunity for boundary change? Is that what you want? Is it?
Well, I'm saying if you're going to do it, let's get it right. And let's get what people want. I'm not caging them into something that maybe doesn't really work that well.
So is there a feeling around the table that people would be open to more than minor boundary changes?
In my case, I would be aware of potential for that, yes.
Okay.
I'd be uncomfortable changing it. It's lesser from me, and I don't want to indicate that anything more than minor is contemplated. When I see that, it's really minor stuff. There's a paddock on the wrong side of the boundary, that kind of stuff.
Councillor Baker and then Councillor Schuller.
Tēnā tātou. Tautoko ko ngā mihi. Thank you to Western Bay for having us back in your whare. It's always nice when we're around the table together. I am now just needing a bit more clarity. We're obviously talking about the concern is maketu. So why, and as I understand it, the resolution that Rotorua passed in their hui was the inclusion of maketu, or the kaituna catchment effectively, in their proposal. So by supporting what we're doing here, are we inadvertently providing them with an advantageous position to take the kaituna catchment without, I can't speak for Western Bay, but for effectively this table to be at the same starting line? Are we giving them a leg up by not explicitly carving out at least that particular part? Because minor, I understand what you're talking about here, but as Hemi and others have mentioned, maketu wouldn't be something that's minor. Am I making sense? Is my question making sense? So question for either mayors or staff. Just want that clarity, please.
In my view, that would be a whole other conversation that's not contemplated by this, hasn't even been brought to me as an opportunity or request. So it's just not even on the table as far as I'm concerned right now.
All right. So because they've moved a motion, and they moved the motion to include the kaituna catchment in their proposal, would us collectively, including some recommendation that safeguards that conversation and allows Western Bay and or us to have that conversation with Rotorua, be included and not be disadvantageous for the collective proposal, because it would be in conflict? If we had would that bugger us up?
Open to it, but it feels like we're trying to negotiate with one side without actually talking to anyone else.
Well, they did that without us or without you guys. I just want you or us to be at the same starting line.
Yeah.
And so,
I'll hand over to either Gareth or Emily, because Yeah,
So-
I don't want to try and wordsmith anything on the spot.
There's a couple of things here, Your Worship. One, I'd say, remember this letter is not yours to change. It's the mayoral forum's. But to answer off Councillor Baker's concerns, it would be within your ability to be able to add an amendment to the resolution saying that you do not support a boundary adjustment to Makatu, if that was the view of the table. The policy document from government actually provides for consideration of boundary adjustments anyway, but that would have to go through its process in due course and would happen in any event, regardless of what the mayoral letter talks about.
Apologies, last question on this matter from me. So whether we included something or not, it doesn't provide Rotorua with a leg up because they've explicitly stated it in there?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I think we're probably getting a little bit distracted by this one issue, which is, just to give some context, this was actually raised originally by Mayor Nandor, and it was actually thinking about Murupara and its natural affiliation with Rotorua. That was just the context where this originally came from. So, while we're obviously, we've heard Mayor Tanya's sort of views around Makatu and that, just that was some context of where this originally came from. I do feel that, with what's agreed in here is saying that you've got to have agreement by 2 territorial authorities. So it's really probably a distraction to be saying, to get into that detail is this happening? Is it not? We have not received any formal, proposal to put Makatu into Rotorua or the Kaituna catchment. That is only been, hearsay and what you've seen Mayor Tanya talk about in the media. So, that's where we're at the moment. And I would like to sort of probably move on from this. And there's a whole lot of other things to discuss. I feel this is a little bit of a distraction that we're talking to. Councillor Schuler.
Thank you. G'day everyone across the table. Good to see everyone again. I just will quickly, if it is about, and I respect that, Mayor Mahe, just if it is about the Makatu, then in anyone's language, it's not minor, it's not major, it'll be massive. So I can't see myself how that word minor could have anything to do with a change of that nature. Probably, and I respect what you said about this is the mayoral letter, so it's not for me to say what you should write or shouldn't, but a bigger word that's of concern to me there, in my own personal opinion, reading it and my own understanding of the English language, is the word need. That forces some form of obligation. If that wasn't there, then it may just be something that is considered, but there's no obligation on anyone. So that's the only thing I'd say about the letter. Thank you for allowing that.
So Councillor Soul again.
Yeah. I don't want to labour it too much, but obviously what we've come to is that there's actually a third party in these negotiations, and they're called the Mayoral Forum. So that's what you're telling me from this. And okay, that's cool. If that's what it is, then be aware that we are now aware. And as we make decisions, we have to be aware that you're a third party, not necessarily the 2 councils. So then the next part to this whole thing and why it's relevant is within the requirements and through all the papers that we see, there is one other thing that I do know that comes up, and it's called, the term is communities of interest. And because of that, there needs to be preparedness to change or move boundaries. That's all I'm saying, sir. And so the removal of the word minor at least would give us that, if ever needed. And unfortunately, it is your document, then you submit it, but then you are aware that maybe within our councils, it will not be supported.
Thank you, Councillor Soul. Councillor Alvin. We've got a
Yes, look, thank you. I think minor might be a particular Eurocentric worldview, but this area and the whole of the Kaituna is of high cultural significance. So to treat it as flippantly as it's being dealt with in this letter is completely wrong. To the other point, if this is already available generally in Head Start, then it seems to be all that the two mayors at the front of this table are doing is providing a Trojan horse to Rotorua. And I'm not in support of that. That's very significant. Your letter, by removing any commentary with respect to minor boundary adjustments or otherwise, would not preclude boundary adjustments. It would just enable you as mayors to remain neutral in the face of a number of councillors around this table who do not support that proposition. So you proceed at your own risk. And it's your call, not mine. But I would think it'd be quite dangerous of you to sign that letter, given the view around the table. But your call, guys.
Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a councillor that has been born, raised and lived my entire life in Makatu, and with great respect, the thoughts of another council imposing any type of boundary change with any consultation with residents, iwi, anyone within the area of Makatu is deeply, deeply offending. To even read that upsets me. Anything in the word minor is totally disgusting. It should not even be there, but if it was, it would be a major boundary change to even consider coming into the area of Makatu and doing any form of boundary change.
I think just to clarify again, this is not about Makatu or anything else. It's just acknowledging that through this process, there may be some boundary adjustments required. And I think that's very sensible. I think, that's where we're probably getting tied up on putting two different issues together and trying to draw a conclusion. Councillor Murray Benj, or Deputy Mayor.
I think this minor boundary change is okay to leave it there. I want to compliment the mayors because you've got us to this point, and to be saying that you're doing something underhand without coming to us, I think is unreasonable. And personally, sir, I think you've done a jolly good job getting to this stage. It's all over Facebook. Kawerau and Apotiki, and what's the other one? Wakatani have agreed, and they're getting on with the job. Between the two of us, we will make the decisions as one people. And I think we've got the opportunity to do something that no one else has had the opportunity to do. I don't care what's happening in other parts of the country. I can tell you about Christchurch. You can tell me about Auckland. I don't want to know. I want to know what's happening in our region. And together we can do it. We've just got to get on with it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Ray. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So James, the way that reads to me is that the mayors wholeheartedly support that sentence. So for you to say that you haven't had discussions with Tania or talked about possibilities, that's a really confusing piece. I'm not saying that you're being disingenuous and saying something that isn't, but it appears that you're open to minor boundary adjustments because that bottom line and the wholehearted support from both.
Perhaps I'll clarify. Tania has indicated that there was some iwi forum chairs, I don't even know, that have suggested my Makatu ki Tongariro.
Yes.
No one's come to our council or me about that. I've been absolutely explicit with Tania that I could never support such a proposal, and that this was to acknowledge, as Mahi has said, there may be some minor changes. It might include a paddock or two, or somewhere else in the whole region where other people want to contemplate a small boundary change. So I've been pretty clear on that, and I don't support a Kaituna catchment change.
So therefore you don't wholeheartedly support.
And it's
the,
not about Kaituna. There's a general statement about potential boundary changes that could be contemplated anywhere in the region.
Okay, thank you. The last thing I'd like to say is, as somebody who's from Makitu, and I have always stood for Makitu, if this table was listening to Makitu, it would not be entering into any Head Start proposal because they unanimously said do not merge.
Councillor Crowther, and then we've got Councillor Joyce Morris Coxhead.
For the Makatu issue, like one of the issues that will presumably be of significance to the government is the catchment management. And so we've talked about sort of the iwi and political aspects and community views, and I don't want to have a say on that because you know the area and better than me. But from a catchment perspective, what we have heard is the advice from DIA was very clear that we needed to be explicit on how we would deal with that. And we then heard through our last, what we're having a committee or whatever we're having, working group meeting that the government is listening to Simon Upton closely to his advice as Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment about catchment management and the implications for the structure of local government in New Zealand. So to me, there's the political dimension, but there's also just the practical thing. And I guess my question is, what has been discussed? Because to put it simply, the Mayor of Rotorua has publicly discussed this. It is, I think there's an element of naivety at the top table if we're thinking this doesn't relate to Makatu. It's just beyond my belief that our mayors don't think it does. So I think there must have been discussions, or Rotorua has played it very well. But more importantly, what about the government, the Parliamentary Commissioner, and what have we had in terms of discussions around catchments with Rotorua? Because that has to be covered off, or this, it won't matter what we think, it'll just happen potentially.
I'll highlight this paragraph here, which probably answers your question. Councillor Joyce.
No, it's through Chair. Like, my question is around the governance, not the delivery. That it's the Parliamentary Commissioner's advice is to have the governance of regional functions at a level, at a regional level, and to have catchment management at a regional level, or to fully integrate the management, the management and governance of those catchments. So that's my question. It's not asking about delivery. That's
into the detail, but that's absolutely possible. Well, it is, because you set up a joint committee, for example, that delivers the regional functions, and then you've got the governance, of that at that level as well. So there's absolutely an opportunity to do that.
Sorry, my question is just what discussions have been had with Rotorua. Like, I know various things are possible, but that wasn't my question. My question was to the mayors and the staff, are the only ones who've met with Rotorua to my knowledge. What have those discussions been? So we sort of understand that background.
That's probably at the CE's level, is I think those discussions, but we haven't as mayors had that discussion.
If I could just add from a staff perspective, so the outline proposal does acknowledge the existing Te Maru o Kaituna post-settlement governance entity that's in place, which currently already involves membership of the respective councils from Tauranga Western Bay Regional Council and Rotorua, as well as Tangata Whenua representation. So the policy document is quite clear that those PSGEs will continue into the new system with at least equivalent effect. So that's the assumption we've based it on at the moment, but there's obviously a lot more discussion to be had through that next detailed design phase at that high level, even higher than the Kaituna, about how those integrated catchments are managed. So we don't have an answer to that at this point, but we absolutely understand that it is very important.
Right, Councillor Joyce.
So I'm a bit confused here. So everybody who's spoken has said moving Makatu and the Kaituna catchment to Rotorua would not be minor, right? It's not a minor thing. So if you hold that view, that paragraph doesn't even apply to that issue. So if you believe moving the Kaituna catchment to Rotorua is minor, then that paragraph applies. I haven't heard anybody say that it's minor. If you don't believe it's minor, if you believe it's a major, then that paragraph does not apply. So choose which one. You can't say it's not minor, but that paragraph applies, because this paragraph only applies to minor adjustments, and this would not be a minor adjustment. Right? So choose which one you want. Is it minor, in which case worry about it? Is it not minor, in which case you don't need to worry about it? But make a choice. You can't have it both ways.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Morris. Got you, Councillor Alvin. Councillor Morris, right? Yeah.
Look, Mr. Mayor, I think this is at risk of turning into a 9th workshop, perhaps. I think trying to come up with an analogy. It's like we're on the bank of the Kaituna River doing some fishing, but there's a risk that the fish are going to die of old age. So I'm here to make a decision. I've heard conversations from every angle. We've had a new topic discussed this morning. That's valid and that's great. But personally, I'm here to fish, not cut bait. I'd like to move on and make a decision. Then we know, once we've made a decision, whether we can enjoy these conversations going on or whether we can spend our time doing other things. But it's time to move on, in my personal view. Love my colleagues from both sides of the table. Love the long conversations that we've had over many hours now. But time to move on, in my view, and I would urge the estimable top table to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Cox here.
I appreciate that you mayors may think that's some benign statement, and I'm convinced that that was your intention. However, I wholeheartedly support the people around this table who have an issue with the assumption that Makatu could be taken, given that Mayor Tanya Tatzel was very outspoken about her desire to take that region and go right up into the Taupo region as well. So I think if people are suspicious of what could possibly eventuate, I don't blame them, and I do think it would be wise to perhaps state that in the letter.
Well, I think, again, we come back to, at least the support from this table, Makatu staying where it is. So, yeah. Is there any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Your question for Gareth and Emily. I'm just wondering what was the mechanism that led to the editing of the proposal. I know it was just crazily busy for you both and everyone else who was working on it. And I'm feeling about the same, where I've lost track of some of these iterations. But in one of the iterations, we got a track change version which took out what I saw as a key word, which was a strong second tier of local representation that enables local voice and decision making. And it became just a second tier, so not a strong one, which signals to me that we don't want a strong one, which signals that we're trying to say to the government, don't worry, guys, we'll make all the key decisions at the level of a sub-regional. And I guess what led to that?
Yep, so I can answer the question. I originally wrote the words a strong second tier or whatever those words were, when you'll remember it also talked about the ability for those local boards to rate, the ability for representation of the chair at the council table, etc. So that was right back in one of the early versions. That was very clear through the various workshops that wasn't something that was supported by either council. And so in removing that, then removing the word strong means that we're saying that a second tier of representation is there, but it's not what other areas around the country are talking about, which is what I would consider strong, which includes things like rating powers.
Yeah, I think again, this is very big detail that, really whether the word strong in there is there or not, it makes no real difference, because as we design it, we'll decide whether it's a strong or a weak or a in the middle. We've got to follow it.
I guess my view on it is that the word made a big difference to me, to how I perceive this. And I understand others it may not. So it's just a matter of how we look at things. But it obviously was significant, because otherwise it wouldn't have come through as the last sort of edit of track changes. It would have just been left there when everyone was so flat out busy. And the other one was the removal of something that we had explicitly discussed several times, which was a regional service delivery vehicle, which was sort of code for a governance structure that would ensure that regional functions could be not only delivered, but governed at a regional level. And that was the key discussion that we were always sort of pushing forward. And I know there was pressure from the mayors to push it forward, but it's the fundamental issue from the mood. This all comes down to get rid of regional council governance. So why are we now putting a method for delivering regional functions instead of a regional service delivery vehicle, and the vehicle has to have governance? Like that's my understanding of what that was code for, is saying that you align governance and delivery. So what led to that?
So I understand the question. The reason for that word change was as a result of the conversation from yourselves at one of the last workshops, where it was voiced relatively strongly that you didn't like the words delivery vehicle, and you suggested the words method of regional, whatever the wording is that we've put into the document. So we've simply followed the wording. With respect to, with the greatest of respect to everybody who has had an opinion either way, it doesn't make a difference whatsoever. So we were happy to change the words back to whatever the room desires. It won't make a difference in terms of the outcome at all.
Councillor Dinsdale, you still have a question? Okay. Councillor Morris?
Yes. I'm happy to move the recommendations unless the mayor wants to, but I just to bring things to a point. It's my task orientated.
Just ask, is there any other burning questions, or should we move into debate? All right. Councillor Morris is happy. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to move, and Councillor Morris will second. No, we'll leave. Let's leave that. Yeah. And then they just need to take out 3 and 4. Right. Yeah, we've still got that one, that's right, don't we? Yeah. I think that's, yeah. So the government has been clear, change is coming. Today, we get to make a decision on 2 options. They are, do we work together to design what local government looks like for Tauranga and Western Bay sub-region, or do we wait and take what is done to us? Today is about putting our best foot forward to government and telling them that we are a responsible partner to help design local government for our sub-region and the country. We can lead this country as a lot of these proposals are falling over as it comes to decision time. The focus of today is on the direction of travel. We don't need all the detail at this point. That will very much come at phase 2 as we plan the system. Implementation details will come later and include community consultation as well as testing the government views. We'll not be able to satisfy every individual preference, so we need to focus on what best positions us, the Western Bay, for long-term success. This decision will shape local government in the Western Bay for decades to come, and whether we have control of that or not. Our community has provided us a clear message. They are up for change. Through surveys, public meetings, and discussions with stakeholders and partners, we have heard that people are open to change and expect us to genuinely consider what is best for the future of the region. It is our responsibility to give effect to those views and consider the long-term interests of the region rather than personal opinions and aspirations. Our responsibility is to look beyond our personal views and focus on the long-term interests of today's residents, as well as the future generations who will call Western Bay home. It's all about a focus on principle, not detail or perfection. Today we don't need to resolve every detail. Today we need to decide whether we can align around key principles that should underpin future arrangements and the desired outcome for the Western Bay. We need to decide on the high-level principles and pathway to get there. The detail will be worked through over the coming months with adaptability and flexibility for the future. We are not being asked to determine or finalise governance structures, representation arrangements, boundaries, wards, or no wards. I would surmise that there are parts of this proposal that don't necessarily sit comfortably with everyone, be it TCC or Western Bay of Plenty district councillors. With 20 opinions, we're always going to find that we don't all agree. However, keep things about the outcome. It is what both our communities have told us they want. In TCC's case, the community has told us loud and clear that they were up for change so long as it created efficiencies. In Western Bay of Plenty District Council's case, their communities acknowledged it was inevitable that they were in a future with Tauranga, but they wanted to retain their local voice and ensure they were not responsible for Tauranga's debt. The proposal in front of you today achieves all of these things. It does what both of our communities have told us they want. We will not be thanked if we allow issues that were not the view of our communities to shape our future. This is a real opportunity. Head Start gives us a genuine chance to shape the future of the Western Bay with the alternative having change imposed upon us through the backstop process. Our focus is deciding whether this proposal gives Tauranga and Western Bay the strongest prospect of progressing through Head Start and retaining meaningful influence over future outcomes. If we cannot clear the Head Start gateway, debates around preferred structures become largely academic. This should be front of mind as we work through our decisions today. Tauranga and the Western Bay have worked together for decades. We share the same issues, the same economy, and the same people. Our people don't see local government boundaries in their daily lives. They simply live, work, learn, and play, all as part of the Bay of Plenty and the Western sub-region. The sub-region has recently agreed on a regional deal with government, which commits us to working together with government seamlessly. We now deliver our water services together through a joint-owned CCO. We have been working together on growth issues through smart growth for decades. We have many services and facilities that we share in the best interests of our people. We even sit here today in the Western Bay of Plenty chamber, which is located within the Tauranga City Council boundaries. We have a once-in-a-generational opportunity to redesign local government for our sub-region. We can lean into this opportunity, design a new model of governance, removing duplication, doing things cheaper, faster, and better, and providing better services for our communities. This is our opportunity. Status quo is not an option. Change is coming regardless. Both sides of a political divide have acknowledged that. However, by voting yes today means that we have an opportunity to have our voice in what that looks like, rather than being forced to adopt what others have developed elsewhere in the country. We were elected to make decisions and set direction despite uncertainty. Good governance is not about having every answer before taking a position. And in this case, with the timeframes involved, that would be an impossibility. We do not need to agree on every detail today, but we should be able to agree on the desired outcomes and objectives we want to achieve for our sub-region. Decisions made now will shape local government in the Western Bay over the next 20 to 30 years. We have a unique opportunity to redesign the system, build something new together, which is better for all of us and our people. I ask today that we focus on the principles, outcomes, and direction we want to pursue and the roadmap that gets us there. This is a significant moment for our region, and we should approach it with an open mind, a long-term perspective, and a willingness to keep momentum moving forward. The decisions we make now will not simply affect the next electoral term, they have the potential to influence how our communities are governed, represented, and supported for generations to come. So I ask my colleagues to consider that and support this resolution to go into the Head Start proposal. Councillor Morris.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Drysdale. If I can begin by thanking Gareth and Emily, and forgive me for using first names in the chamber, but your presentation this morning was professional and eloquent, but I could see there was a little bit of veiled passion behind it that can only come from, I think, 80-hour weeks and weekends spent drafting and redrafting and considering and trying to take the temperature after an inordinate number of workshops. So thank you for your work. Thank you to the executive. Thank you to the mayors. Thank you to my colleagues on the other side of the table and on this side of the table. We've spent a lot of time together, and it's been enjoyable and interesting. But I've been reflecting, why is it so hard? Why? I think Michael would tell us it's human nature, right? Factionalism, parochialism, separatism, tribalism, balkanization. It's human nature to divide ourselves into groups. It is hard to unify, to remove boundaries in our mind and come together. It is incredibly hard. If you go back to the history of human civilization, even through to the first city of Uruk in Mesopotamia, you know, these are things that people have been battling with for thousands of years. But the good news is, and I think we've shown it through our history as humans, is that we are not apes. We can change. We can join together to cohere. We can respect our individual differences, but be stronger together. And I think for me, that is the key thing. Are we going to surrender to Wellington as a sub-region and its will for the Bay of Plenty? Or are we going to be at the table with Wellington? My preference would be for us to be at the table with Wellington, not being dictated, because that would be, in my view, a betrayal of our communities. I can speak personally, it would be a betrayal of my community, and it would be a failure of our collective leadership. I don't like Wellington very much. It's cold, it's windy, they have very bad water, and they have some funny ideas. I think the amount of wisdom that comes out of this region and sub-region is worth listening to. I also want to acknowledge our colleagues in the Eastern Bay. There was a quote in the paper calling people from the Western Bay sub-region baddies, or word to that effect, the baddies. We've prevented the bad guys from coming. I think if I reflect on the conversations I've had with my colleagues on both sides of the table, and if we could somehow convey to them the concern I've heard from my colleagues around their financial viability. And it hasn't been one of, let's protect the Western Bay sub-region and hoard the sub-region's wealth. It's been a real concern for how our Eastern Bay friends and family are going to pay for the very necessary infrastructure. It hasn't been conversations around taking over. It's been conversations of care and sharing. Maybe if they had been in this room with us, that would have been conveyed, but they weren't. We are where we are. The term Head Start is an interesting one. The term backstop is an interesting one. Another term that I've bandied around with my colleagues is fallback. But I think it's worth remembering this is Head Start we're talking about. It's not the finish line. I think some of our conversations have been, concerned about whether we're just about to run through the tape and it's all over. This is the beginning. We're not, with all due respect to funnels in local government, we're not setting things in stone at this meeting. I would also urge my colleagues, I know that there has been a desire to reach out to our colleagues from throughout the Bay of Plenty, and I support, and I think in time we need to give further consideration to that, give further olive branches, but the proposal we have today is what it is. I'd urge my colleagues, do not make the perfect the enemy of the good. So let's start our race together. Let's get a head start. Let's make some decisions. Let's be in a position to influence rather than be dictated to by Wellington and the Crown. I think that's it. I've had enough. I think the 5 minutes is about to go. So I'll now defer to the rest of my colleagues, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Who else would like to talk? Councillor Taylor.
I'll go next and try and follow that. I don't know that I could ever get anywhere near Steve's eloquence. So
Because you're fast, not slow.
I have to say I do agree with largely everything that Steve said, especially the stuff around the other parts of the Bay of Plenty community that I'm saying they're going to be left behind, but they certainly could have been part of a bigger future, I think, that we could have arranged. So I see where we are today as we didn't quite get there, but it's a good start. And I think, pick up on Steve's other point as well, it is a start. We've got a lot of work to do. We're going to have big discussions over the next couple of years if this is passed. And hopefully we can actually work together well going forward for our communities. So, I'm supportive.
Councillor Taylor. Never need a timer for you. Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Chair. Since being elected to represent the people of Tauranga and the Teriko ward, I've asked many people in the local government space, have we ever experienced a time of such change? The general answer has been no. We're going through unprecedented change. Not long after we got elected, the coalition government launched a local water's done well, and they promptly sacked the regional council, put our respective mayors in charge, then went into rates capping. And through all of this, we've been trying to work very closely with the Western Bay colleagues to get the waters across the line. And yes, as Councillor Morris has said, all this does today is put us on the start line. Us agreeing today gets us to the start line, or gets a letter to the minister to say, yes, we're happy to move forward. Do you agree with our proposal? That's about all it does. The really hard work comes early next year. And my concern is we need to get aligned quickly because the timeframes are short. We know if we are successful in going into this process, we've got a lot of work to do to agree on how all the functions are going to be attributed, how they're going to be governed, get the right governance structure in the right place to cover the right regional, local functions. But we have to have all this done before we go for consultation for electoral review. And my personal view on that, it has to be a thorough, robust process because we're creating a new unitary council. And it could take some explaining to all the people of this region what they're actually getting. So I look forward to this proposal, but on some respects, I'm slightly disappointed. As has been mentioned, my original focus was a potential regional unitary authority. That's not going to happen, obviously, at this time, mainly because I do have concerns for all our colleagues to the east. We are a progressive Western Bay region, good economic growth, companies, people doing quite well in this region. Unfortunately, to the east of the Bay of Plenty, not quite so well, and that disappoints me regularly. Look across to there, and they're not doing as well as us, and it disappoints. We should be able to lift the Bay of Plenty up equally across the board. And we're not quite there yet. This process will help us or benefit the region, I think, if we get the structure right. It's going to require a lot of collaboration, not just across the room here with us today, but also with the other councils in the region to ensure that everyone's governance structure is fit for purpose and achieves the outcomes that we want as elected members for our people, but also meets the outcomes that the ministers clearly want by some of the veiled letters he's been sending and guidance he's giving around what he'd like to see as an outcome. It's basically dancing down a knife's edge, but we can get this done if we all stay collaborative, work together, and hopefully have a good process today, come to a good agreed outcome.
Right, who else? Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is, it's been a big few weeks. It seems like a world ago that we first met over at Bay Oval. I want to start by, I suppose, and at that time, I wasn't sure whether I was speaking clear English because Deputy Mayor thought I was getting into the nitty-gritty and the details straight away. And I was trying to talk about the view that we needed to have around this collective table about what will be best for the region. And one of the things I was thinking about the most probably was keeping an open mind and trying to walk in other people's shoes. And through the process, as we get into the detail, it can be hard not to get back in your own shoes and get a them and an us mindset. And out of that can come bottom lines. And I just sort of share with this group quickly what bottom lines can do to limit a future. I'm wearing my All Black tie here. This is my first one I ever had. If we'd had the meeting 2 days ago, it would have been 36 days to the day since 36 years, not days. It's been a long time since I played. So there are a few head knocks across the floor. 36,000 years since I had my test debut. Would have been the 4th of August in 1990. And 2 weeks ago, I was over in Australia watching my son play his test for Australia. And I was thinking, what would the world been like, a future been like if I'd had bottom lines to my family about you have to play rugby, you can't play water polo, or you have to stay in New Zealand, or you have to play sport or whatever. And would I have had one of the best days of my life last weekend? And I wouldn't have. I've actually got here. I've got here. No, it's not a gold medal. It's I wore this. I wore this last week. And then I know the colours aren't our colours, but what? Yeah, I wore it back to front. And then I had a few mates on some chats and they said, as long as you didn't do the Aussie chant, but I did the chant as well. But I'm just highlighting, I suppose, the strength of keeping an open mind and not having bottom lines as we even go through today. This is about the future. I'm also reminded about Dame Whina Cooper when she started that long walk in 1975 as an 80-year-old. And she was holding a 3-year-old granddaughter's hand. It wasn't about her. It is about the future that we think is best for this region. I am useless at using AI, but what I did, I went back to that first meeting of ours principle by principle assessment of our proposal that we're putting together to send to Central for hopefully for some approval. And on the financial principles, avoid rate shocks. So these are the things that I think we agreed many, many weeks ago. Avoid rate shocks. It's saying it's strongly embedded via debt ring fencing and gradual harmonisation. It scores 10 out of 10. Communities fund their costs, core principle throughout the proposal. It scores 10 out of 10. Transparency, strong commitment, implementation still required, scores 9 out of 10. Comparable services before harmonisation, explicitly adopted, 10 out of 10. Fairness and equity, strongly reflected in debt and asset treatment, 9 out of 10. Affordability, intent, clear evidence is still limited, 6.5. Efficiency, primary rationale for reform, 10 out of 10. Growth pays for growth, one of the strongest themes, 10 out of 10. Representation principles was really important, and I know it's important across the road, and this is one area where I have stood in your shoes. I have also grown up in a rural community. I know what it's like to have a small voice and have a primary school closed down and a dairy factory disappear and having to change. Democratic legitimacy, accepted but structures unresolved, 7 out of 10. Effective local representation, major focus throughout, 9 out of 10. Protection of community interest, very strong alignment, 10 out of 10. Local decision-making, strong subsidiarity focus, 9 out of 10. Fair and equitable influence, good intent. The mechanisms are unfinished, a bit lower, 8 out of 10. Communities of interest, central foundation of the proposal, 10 out of 10. Transparency and accountability, good, but delegations are unresolved, 8.5. Future resilience, strong, smart growth alignment. Efficient decision-making, core rationale, 10 out of 10. Now, it's AI. I think we've done amazingly well to get to here, and I don't think we are that far apart, and I hope that through today's process we can get there. And I loved hearing Councillor, what's your name again? Steve Morris, Councillor Morris, about this is just the start. The Mayor of Papamoa. If we get across the start line today, we do have a chance to come even closer and work even to get closer together. So I do support. I made up a poem. To my colleagues here and my friends across the floor, I just made it up 2 minutes ago. If today goes one way, we will all soon be no more. I'll say to the rest of the Bay, I wish we had a chance to explore a Bay-mazing, Bay-wide, Bay-proud world. So we will keep ajar the door. But today is for us in the Western Bay. What happens now at our back door? Better together, the best of us both. We can work it out, I'm sure. So bring it on, encore, encore, encore. Thank you.
Baker.
That was actually all AI, guys. No, that was beautiful. Well done. So I didn't have a big ass speech or anything like that. The most intentional thing I've done today, other than change a couple of nappies, was wear this taonga. This taonga carries very significant meaning for me and my whānau. And if you want to, but what it carries, what you may not be able to see, is 2 heads, 1 body. And its name is kotahitanga. So kotahitanga means oneness or unity, but more importantly, the unity of people. And the threads speak to the binding of whakapapa, so those innate connections that people carry together, commonalities, interest, aspirations and hope. So I brought it today to anchor myself in the hope that I have for our sub-region moving forward. Just a quick raise of hands around the table. Who here was born after 1987? Just me? Me and Laura? Put your hand down back there. So for us and our generation and everybody after that, this is the most significant reform and change that we have ever experienced. So I know some have said that 1987 was massive, but I never lived through 1987. 1994, The Lion King came out, Toy Story, great year, random segue. But the impacts of this coming together has significant intra and intergenerational change for place, community, and our environment, which is a new factor that we will be considering. And it's absolutely imperative, I think, that we need to be at the that we should be at the forefront of that decision-making for the sake of our tamariki mokopuna, for our kids, our grandkids, and those to follow. For me, I love the better together, but this to me is together greater. And you may have heard that from Westpac. I'm pretty sure they got that from me, but this is us becoming greater together. So I'm all for it. And I share a lot of the kōrero that's already been shared around the table. You can use my quotes whenever you like, team. Got you.
Right. Councillor Curran, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Crowther, Councillor Rolliston, anyone want to say? Councillor Curran.
No, I didn't have my hand up, but yes. I support it too, because ultimately, if the I think ultimately this decision is the right decision for our sub-region and for the region, because, you know, they have come into line and we're the final chapter of this proposal. I think over many years, and I've been in local government for many years, this topic has always come up because it just doesn't seem sensible to continue having two councils in a community that we're all part of. The Western Bay, to me, you know, is just part of an extended part of Tauranga City, and the reverse, you know, Tauranga City to the Western Bay communities is critical, important. A lot of people come here to work in this city, and so it just to not do this defies logic. I mean, we need to get this across the line, and someone mentioned the bottom line. My bottom line really is that we leave this chamber approving this proposal and moving forward to something which will be really great for this wider community and for the whole region.
Anyone else want to talk? Councillor Cronin.
Yeah, firstly, thank you to the staff. I know it's just been a grueling few weeks, and yeah, I do appreciate all the work. I see this as sort of a once in 30 odd year opportunity, the whole Head Start thing. I've been thinking of the legacy, the sort of the town board, the borough in 1882 in Tauranga, the becoming a city in 63, the Mount Borough, the Tauranga County, Te Puke Borough, all those legacies that we've been left with. And I've been thinking of my dad, his watch, his gold watch for working best part of a quarter of a century for Tauranga City Council. But I've been thinking mostly about our local communities in an area where ultimately, because of that shift in councils in my lifetime and most of our lifetime, that, you know, in a way, that's not the issue. The issue is our communities. And this is fundamentally about democracy for me and how communities organize themselves. And that, to me, should always be determined by communities. It always used to be. They set up a board, and in pre-European times, again, it's communities organizing themselves. So that's how I've tried to approach this, is what do our communities want? And what do we think is the best way to enable that to happen? And I think now, you know, one of the challenges is that councils are bureaucracies. They're big, they're complex, and we have what's been described as a crisis of democracy in New Zealand. So I think Labour and national governments have both signalled that this reform is coming, and we've known that for a few years. And I think this narrative about amalgamations driving efficiency and cost savings, like there's so much evidence to the contrary, and the government's own infrastructure commission published a report that was so explicit that said that's just untrue. And so whenever I hear that, I just go, we're operating in a fact-free zone if we go down that track. And so I think, you know, to me, one of the questions is the answer more centralisation and less representation, especially local representation? Because if it is, I think we're just asking the wrong question. And so I sort of think, you know, it's a flawed process, obviously. Everyone's said it all around the country. We're making the best of it. But it's also, I've got to say, a failure of us as regional leadership, in my view. And particularly, you know, I'm not pointing fingers at individual mayors, because I you know, I like all those mayors, they all do a good job, but somehow that mayoral forum led us into a limited range of options, and we needed a nuanced, and we needed a more, I guess you'd say, a more local solution for local communities and a more regional solution for our region. So for me, I'm sort of thinking, you know, how do I approach this? One of the fundamental things has been the functions of regional councils. That's what's driving a lot of this. And the functions to me should be delivered regionally and governed regionally, unless there's a reason not to. And the important thing that's driving this, like we did a representative survey, and it showed that the people of Tauranga through this survey indicated that the regional functions, or sorry, not just regional, the regional functions and a number of our local functions should be delivered regionally in their mind. And governed regionally, I'm sure, was in their minds. I'm sure they weren't thinking we need to split up regional governance into 3 separate lots of governance, 3 separate lots of management, because otherwise, you know, what are they thinking? So the people I've talked to are very clear. That's what they were thinking, is to get more efficiency that way, but to also have it. They wanted 2 functions: community facilities and public transport at a local or sub-regional level, everything else regional. So that's kind of shaping part of this. And I think if we'd had the courage and the imagination to kind of come up with something that was a little bit more nuanced, I think we could have got a far better outcome. I think not only has there been that sort of lack of courage, but I think there's been a bit of a lack of respect. And I've got to speak to that because after last week, I sort of, I would not have said anything about this, but I was picking it up for a while. And I just think there's a lack of respect for Western Bay councillors from sort of some on our side. There's a lack of respect for the needs of Western Bay communities who are desperate to retain certain things, and debt, sorting out the debt issue, sorting out local representation. To me, that's just fundamental. And they made it very clear to you, and I went to some of the meetings. And I think there's a bit of a lack of understanding of how we could have got to an optimal outcome. And I think that's been demonstrated in the last week. And now, there's definitely a lack of trust. And I think there's a lack of trust from us that we should allow time to have these discussions. And I think an ultimatum in a 10-minute, time frame, and then saying we're going to walk out and then walking out, to me, that's not how you have a collaborative approach. And I see now that, my views I see in your eyes, and I've heard and what some of you have said, that you don't have that trust. And I think it turned around a lot last week. And I understand that. And if I am very honest, which I like to be when I speak, I don't trust us either. And that's a terrible place to be in, because this is a really big decision. It's the end of our councils, potentially, depending on how the government reacts, or they might throw it out. We'll see. So I think the result itself, to me, it's inevitable. It's been inevitable for several years. We ended up with a sub-regional deal, with sub-regional brand. That's just part of the whole thing. That's not been the issue for me. Priority 1 will be happy. The Urban Task Force will be thrilled. Iwi will be relieved. But don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that this will be bad for the people of Tauranga. I think Tauranga people will be fine. We will have representation, whether it's Tauranga City Council, whether we went back to a borough, whether we have a Western Bay unitary or regional unitary, we'll be fine. The issue is how to get a win-win solution. And I just don't think we've approached this the right way. That's my strongly held view. And so on Hiroshima Day, today, the 6th of August, I just hope it doesn't blow up in our face. But I would like to record that I'm abstaining from this vote, because I actually want to see Western Bay's final resolution and our response to that, to those amendments, before committing my vote to this, because it's so fundamental to me. Some of those things that I see as good democracy that are being proposed. by the Western Bay side, and I can't vote against it as it is, but I can't vote for it as it is. So I'm going to abstain, and we'll see what happens afterwards.
Right. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe, and thank you for the conversations and the contributions across our table. I support the motion for Tauranga City Council to enter Head Start with Western Bay of Plenty District Council, because I think it does allow us to design through the design process a better future. And I want a better future. I came into local government and felt that it didn't operate efficiently, it didn't operate well, it didn't govern well, very significant financials that we are needing to govern, and it didn't engage well enough. And we are trying to fix those two things. And we've got the opportunity to say, how do they look better in a new entity? We've been forced to work at pace. And a lot of people around the country are talking about how bad that is to work at pace. I actually quite like pace. I find local government incredibly slow. So this to me is not a detriment. Thank you to the executive who have done those long hours. I've been one of those executives doing long hours, and you look back afterwards, and I will do the hindsight and they will look back and go, whoa, didn't we achieve a lot? That will be my hindsight, rather than saying, oh, we could have done things better, which I don't think is the right way to do it. I also think we do need to look at a wider region collaboration. I'm glad we've got a letter of support across our region, but we need the financials to support that. We need to know how it will work. We've had information coming in about that, but we need to have that in the design phase to understand what the costs of that will be, what the needs are, and how we need to set up a method, a channel, a vehicle to make that, to utilise the opportunity to do it better. But this is about the future and the opportunity. And throughout my career and my life, I have said, if there's an opportunity, go for it. And so I think we just need to be a bit bold. We need to be curious about what other people want. And I think we need to say, okay, what will work better, and be prepared to say, oh, I had thought that would be good, but now I'm actually changing my mind. And I think we need to set up our the decision-making going forward that allows that conversation, but actually also enables decision-making. We did consult in a little way with our community. That consultation said two things. One, yes, do be at the table. It also said, provided there are efficiencies. Mm-hmm. And I came into this role on this council with the slogan, commercial head, community heart. There are two things I will still be pushing for, whatever structure we have in front of us. We need to think commercially for our region, for our people, but we also need to have community heart to understand their needs, their desires, their future beliefs. So my focus will stay on that with whatever we have going forward, and to ensure that we have a better delivery of services for our people at a lower cost, because that again is what our people said. We've got to look at this from a cost perspective, and I'm saddened that throughout our 8 workshops, including this morning, efficiencies and taking costs out of local governments haven't been big topics. Instead, we've done a little bit of, like, where's my patch? What do I want? What does this look like for me? I think we need to be bold. We need to take this opportunity. We absolutely have a design process going forward, but let's make sure we're enabled during that design focus to make decisions, because we need to. We need to make those for the future, for the current as well. I think we have to talk hotapu about the now and the future. And we need to do that. And I believe that this is the starting line, as my colleague said, for a better future for local government, for a better future for Tauranga Moana and the wider region.
Councillor Rolleston, you want to speak?
half full now. It was full when I started, but that's a good segue into my couple of opening remarks to Gareth and Emily. I do want to acknowledge all the mahi you've done in this in really trying circumstances, and so really from the bottom out of my heart, I want to thank you both for the unparalleled mahi I think that we're entering into. I do also want to endorse Councillor Crowther. I think I endorse that apology around what happened. And there's a word in sort of Māoridom, wānanga, you stay, you wānanga till you come to an outcome. You know, be prepared to acknowledge when we don't get it right. My colleagues might have a different view, but when I look back, I think, yeah, we didn't get that right. So I do want to apologise as well. When we started on this, I said this is a no-brainer. Us in Western Bay, we're doing everything, and I don't want to reiterate what we're doing together or what already, but it is, the boundaries don't end in particular areas. So it was that's where I started, but wavered a lot during this process. In the last few weeks, I've travelled most of this region, from Rotorua, Taupo, Whakatane, and I grew up in Rotorua. I worked in Whakatane Council, and I think most of you know I did nearly 10 years working for Tauranga Council. Some of those communities are different. As I said, I go to Rotorua all the time. It's a different community, but our communities are very similar, and that was where I started and sort of wavered around a bit, but really came back to these two. Yes, we've got some challenges ahead of us, but in my mind, it was simple around us going together. It was, do we go any further? You know, I've said it on record, we were spending a lot of time with another partner that wasn't here and has already gone somewhere else, and I really regret we didn't use that time better. We don't know what we don't know, but hindsight is a great thing. And when I make this decision, I lean back on experience. Some of you may or may not know, I was the CEO of one of the biggest kiwi fruit companies in this region. And we had an ultimatum. We were growing and we couldn't continue to exist by ourselves. So I traveled the country and the world trying to find the right partner. That partner ended up being Sika, and the company that I was looking after was 100% Māori owned. So I can sort of see where you're coming from. We were the little partner, and I had to talk to all of our whānau, all our aunties that thought I was selling the home, basically selling the home jewels and moving us into this big listed company. Those foundations were built on relationships. And I can, you know, people might have a different view of what that outcome is, but our orchards and essays are there from Matakana Island, from Matapihi, Welcome Bay, are all under a bigger entity, and they created scale and they created efficiencies. But I think that's where we need to really base it. It was built on relationships. And when I was elected, I quoted Auntie Maria Ngātai, who was my biggest challenger on that transaction, but became my biggest supporter. And her saying to me was, business is not about relationships. It's all about relationships. And I still see that foundation today. If we're going to be working together, we need to be strongly developing our relationships as we go forward. I think we're all familiar with the Māori kupu tino rangatiratanga. Self-determination. That's Head Start. Because the opposite of Head Start is backstop. And for somebody that's been on all sides of the coin and seen how Māori have had everything done to them, not for them, that's why I'm supporting Head Start. It's not going to be easy. I think we've also used the term build a new whare. Because if I think we're just going to mash your whare and our whare together and happy days, I think we're dreaming. I think we need to think bolder, heard the words courageously and innovatively into how we go forward together. But built on strong, when you build a whare, it's got to be built on strong foundations, and that's the relationships that we have to continue to work on. I think Graham said we've got to start building these relationships. Unfortunately, the clock's ticking. So we've got to have that built on foundations. I'll leave one, my most well-known one is if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And if we're not at this Head Start table, we are at the discretion of the government to determine our menu. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, councillors. Obviously, we've heard a range of views. I just want to reiterate some of the things that have been said and thank Gareth, Emily and all the staff involved. This has been a real heavy lifting, especially in the last kind of 6 weeks. So hopefully, if this goes the right way today, you can submit the proposal and have a little bit of downtime before we get into the real work. I think what we've heard as well, this is very much the start line. There's a lot to go. I do want to thank our Western Bay colleagues. I think it's been a good process, and everyone's engaged, and we've got a lot of the issues out. We haven't solved them. That's still very much ahead of us if we go down this path together. But we certainly hopefully brought most of the issues that are the big ones that we know what we're dealing with and what we need to solve. Thank you to Jen and Steve and the team for picking up the slack over the last week. It's very much appreciated when going through a pretty emotional time. And so just thank you. And it's great to be back here today to see that sort of final decision made. This is very much opportunity, and this is our chance to lead the country, show how aligned we are, not only in this Western Bay sub-region, but across the whole of the Bay of Plenty. And I think there is opportunities there. We've heard about that we want to see a wider regional sort of support and delivering services, and that is very much shared around the Bay, although they didn't want that big kind of regional beast, that they're very interested in looking at some of those opportunities. So there is further opportunities, and this is about delivering great outcomes for our people. So we very much agree with some of the conversation we've heard that we want to rebuild. This is a unique opportunity to say what can we do better? How can we do it better? Let's redesign it. Let's build it from the ground up. And I think that's a very exciting opportunity. I do just want to flag before we finish off, we do know there are some potential resolutions and amendments that Western Bay would like to put through. I just want to say we're not ignoring them by not putting them up, but they are from your council. So we want to hear the discussion. We want to see the reason why, and if some of those are the difference between getting it across the line for you or not, please have that discussion. We are open. We're only going to adjourn our meeting, so we have the opportunity to add in things that maybe are important to your side of the council, and we can consider those after we've heard the discussion and reasoning as to whether they are things that we support or not. But I'm just saying we are open to that. This is ultimately a partnership. We're going to work together, and hopefully we have demonstrated over the last few weeks that we are able to sit around a table and we've got to a document that we're looking at to start us off in the Head Start proposal. So just want to finish to quote Councillor Baker, together greater, and I truly believe that is the case, and we have a big opportunity. So. Sorry, yeah, we'll just make that amendment.
of order.
Yeah.
Just thinking in terms of potential amendments, Western Bay, potentially could we not put our resolutions now, but adjourn the meeting and then come back before we put the final resolutions, which would allow us to offer amendments?
Well, I think we'll put this, like the amendments that I've seen so far don't change the substantive, they're additions to this. So I think we should put this and show where we sit, and then as I say, be open to revisiting anything.
Thank
you. Yeah. So that ends the discussion, and yeah, we'll just go through just so you know. Yes.
For clarification, can you just confirm that there's no chance that anything we approve now could result in an inability to change the intent of our resolution to accommodate a amendment from Western Bay without just being able to do it through simple majority?
So we obviously can't talk for what Western Bay will do, but the two proposed amendments that I've seen would be additions rather than going against our resolution, and anything against our resolution would require at least an 8-person to 2 vote to overturn anything. But my understanding of the amendments is none of them go significantly against that would have to overturn a resolution. There'd be additions. So we'll just scroll through so everyone has an opportunity to read this before we put it to the vote. We scroll down. Right, is everyone comfortable? Read that. I'll now put that to the vote. Yeah, sorry.
Would you be able to take in whatever part you can around D, which I would like to abstain from?
Sorry, so you want D separately?
I mean, I'd quite like to vote for 3.
Okay, so you just D, if we take D out?
Yeah, but D, you've also, I would ideally like to vote for D3 as well.
Okay, so
if that's at all possible to structure.
All right, so we'll take D1 and 2 out and take those separately. And I'll take everything together apart from D1 and 2. What's that? Okay, so we'll take just D1 out. All right, so everything but D1. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried, thank you. And then D1, all those in favour? Those against? Abstain, Councillor Crowther. Okay, that is carried, thank you very much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to adjourn the meeting, and seeing we've been here for just over 2 hours, we will have a morning tea break, and then I'll leave it to Mayor Denyer to come back and take over when we come back from morning tea. How long do we want?
Thank you, Major Ross. So let's go 5 to 12.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, councillors. We're just into the afternoon now. So I'm going to reconvene the Western Bay of Plenty District Council meeting. It's been an administrative first one though. We've got minutes of the council meeting on the 30th of June to confirm. So could I have a mover and seconder for those two recommendations, please? Councillor Sol and someone else, please. Councillor Beach. I'll put the motion. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Right, so we're on the main item 10.2, and we've got a number of recommendations there. I'm going to suggest that we move recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4 in a block. That's to receive the report, that's high significance, receive the workshop notes and the feedback. So can I have a mover and seconder for those ones, please? Councillor Joyce, Councillor Dinsdale, all in favour, say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Yeah. So we're now on to recommendation 5. Now this is somewhat different to the what's in the paper, and that we've got some amendments signalled, which I'm going to share online. Are you asking a question or what?
Yeah, I'd like to propose an overarching amendment before we get into the written amendments that we're aware of. And that amendment is invoking Standing Order 3.5, temporary suspension of standing orders. And the particular standing order I'd like to suspend for the purposes of this decision or these decisions is Standing Order 19.3, which is chairperson has a casting vote. It reads, the mayor has a deliberative vote, and in the case of an equality of votes has a casting vote. So I'd like to put that motion for a seconder, please.
Okay, so what's your reason?
Do I need to say if I haven't got a
Yes, you do.
seconder? I believe that a decision of this magnitude that we're making today on behalf of our people and in view of the sworn oath that we all took in this very chamber on this side of the room, that I don't think it's good practice or in the right interests of our people to make this decision on the mayoral casting vote.
Okay, you got that, Robin? Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Daly. Is there a seconder, please?
I'm interested in the debate.
No, you don't get to debate this one.
No, I'm interested in the debate, therefore I'll second it.
There's no debate.
There's no debate. So it's been moved by Councillor Daly, seconded by Councillor Cox. Said, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. There's no debate on this one.
It's procedural.
So please, all in favour, please raise your hands.
Can I just clarify that this will only be passed with a 75% majority?
Correct. Please raise your hands. All in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I declare it lost. Thank you. Right. So we've got the recommendations up there. Now I think these have been updated for the latest and greatest, are they? Now, I think they've been emailed now. Yes. So you can, for those whose eyesight's not as sharp as it was, you can still look on the screen. Yeah, that's why it's been emailed. So okay. For technical reasons, it's entitled draft minutes, but it's not quite there yet. Okay. So under resolution 5, which is the one we'll deal with next, there's essentially pathway A, which has been amended and passed by Tauranga City Council, and then part B, and there's a new part C, which takes account of some of the discussion we had earlier that opposes the Rotorua Lakes Council resolution about a boundary change adjustment involving Makatu. but the full wording's there in front of you on your screens. Yeah, so but it's on your screen, it's on an email if you struggle. I'll just give everyone a moment to find it on their computers. It's a bit hard to see on the screen, all the stuff at once. Right. On this one, there is the Makatu one, and there's an additional one in there that TCC, well, if we want to move that one, I wasn't going to move that one, but yeah. And then we can add stuff in. I think we'll handle those separately. So if everyone's got there, I would like to move 5A and B and C. Deputy Mayor.
Could I ask clarification of process? Are we not passing the amendments before the substantive A, 5A?
So what I'd like to do is have a mover and seconder for each amendment, which I'll see if I can find it on here. Okay, so further down in your Word document in front of you, there's the issue about the double majorities, and then there's something about the arbitration, and then there's another thing somewhere, if I can find it, about, is it in there? Yeah. About the membership of the joint committee. Okay.
So we are going to do these. And then
So I'll move them second.
Can I just clarify again?
Please, point of order.
Can you say exactly what we're voting on here? Are we voting for amendments before the substantive motion or not?
So I've moved and it's been seconded 5A, B and C. I'm looking for and will accept amendments to include those other items which I've mentioned, which include the double majority, the arbitration and the joint committee membership. Councillor Joyce.
Can I pick up the first one to get the ball rolling? And it's unfortunately, they're not numbered, so it's kind of hard to refer to them. But the first one, which is that a majority of either council can indicate that a decision before the joint committee is significant and must be made by double majority. Both councils agree to act in good faith when deciding whether a matter before the joint committee is significant, and it is not expected to be applied to every decision. So I'm moving that amendment. See if I got a second.
So is there a seconder for that one, please? Councillor Joy, Councillor Alvin, seconding? Okay. Is there debate on that one?
I'll reserve my right if someone else wants to speak. I'll speak to it briefly then. This has been around for a few days. It's been discussed, I know, across.
Sorry, Councillor George, we're including the second bullet as well, yeah?
he's only reading the first stage.
Oh. it's probably better to take that separately because doesn't it conflict with another proposed amendment?
If you'd like to do that, I was just
No, just
wondering if
thinking-
you want to come on. Okay, separately then, okay.
Yeah. You guys across the way there. This is my leg, table.
So can you put your mic on, please?
Sorry, I thought I had it on. Voice wasn't on either. Anyway, so just to repeat myself, bacon and eggs. For you guys, this is eggs. Slightly uncomfortable, but you'd love to see another day. For us, this is bacon. You know, there is no future for the Western Bays District Council if and when this goes through. So the idea is it's a safety valve. I don't see it being used often. In fact, it may never be used at all, but just having a safety valve there is quite important. And that to me is, you know, worth doing. You know, we as a council will not survive this process. You know, if we go into this process either voluntarily or dragged in, you know, there will be no Western Bays District Council at the end of this. So this is just a last, please, can we include one more safety valve to allow us to, you know, do this well? I don't see it being used very often. You know, we've already got a couple of the big rocks identified. The fear is that we might find a big rock that we don't know about yet. And that's where this has come from. It's not trying to stall the thing hugely. Hence the second sentence.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I'll just add to that. I think, or I hope this addresses the concerns of both councils that, as I understand it, Tauranga City Council don't want to resort to double majorities for every time we want to discuss what colour the carpets are going to be and all that stuff. But at the same time, there's genuine concern from our councillors that something we haven't thought of hasn't come up yet. It's a big decision, and it just protects us on this one. So, like Councillor Joyce says, the key thing here is to act in. We resolve act in good faith, and it would be a significant decision. Any other speakers on this one? No? Okay, so I'm going to put the amendment. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. There's bullet point 2. No, so it's the second bullet point that the terms of reference and membership arrangements for the joint committee will be reviewed no later than March 2027, noting this review could lead to a continuation of the arrangements or an amended approach to reflect the next stage of the process and or the efficacy of the joint committee arrangements.
Look, just a point of order. I think there is another resolution on the table which deals with the makeup of that committee, which is the 333 provision that has been moved by Councillor De Belli and seconded by myself.
Oh, no, nothing's been moved like that. It might be coming, but it hasn't been.
My point is that I don't want to be faced in an argument that we've already passed a resolution and now we're looking to change that resolution. There seems to be a proper order to deal with that. If that resolution is passed, it will supersede that.
Okay, well, you're free to move.
Well, it's Mr. Daly's, he can move it and I'll of course second it. And if that then fails, we can come back to this one.
Yep, that's fine. So if we scroll on to the issue around the joint committee makeup.
Can you tell me where it is in this document? I'm just really perplexed about all this last minute stuff that's been sprung on us after the start of the meeting. I mean, we're supposed to put out agendas a week before the meeting and it's just unbelievable we're doing this for this.
Councillor Daly, with respect, we're only looking at this because you put in an amendment last night.
No, there were amendments after my amendment.
No, this only came out last night, okay? We're accommodating people's wishes.
I was asked to put any amendments in before close of business yesterday. I did.
Right, okay. We can accommodate it. We can go slow. We can make sure everyone's on the right page, literally and figuratively, okay?
Tell me what page in this document we've been emailed?
It's just a working document, councillor Daly, that we were.
Okay, well, I know what I wrote.
So now, is councillor Daly's amendment in this document you emailed us? Right, so we have to refer to the email you sent last night.
Yeah, I'd like to move the amendment. Can I just clarify, do we have a opening address? Do we have a right of reply or not on amendments?
Don't have a reply upon amendments, no.
Okay, well, I'll reserve my right to speak, but I'd like to move the amendment as drafted.
You can speak
on
to
the
it.
screen.
You can speak to the amendment. So you have, you've moved your amendment about the joint committee makeup. Is there a seconder to that, please?
It's already notified, Chair. I seconded it.
Okay.
It says on there.
Has that been emailed separately now or not?
So if I say something now, do I get a?
Yes, you can speak. You can speak to it now.
Okay, I'll reserve my right to speak to it.
Sure.
Just one quick question. There's a suggested makeup on here and some of these people are not in the room. So have we any indication, can staff please advise whether MCERT wants to be on this joint committee or whether the regional council has expressed any interest in being involved in this process, not in this makeup because they're not aware of it, but in terms of having them in a governance arrangement on a joint committee. Has MCERT given any indication of what they see their role being? And has the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, wanting a seat at the table in some shape or form? Not saying this particular format because they don't know about it, but just want to know.
Matt?
Through your worship, my understanding is that Regional Council have expressed multiple times to have a desire to be around the table and be involved. In terms of MCERT, we haven't had any direct conversations with them on their involvement. There is an expectation from staff that they would be at the table in some capacity anyway.
Sure. Because I just know the Crown gets very funny about this. Have they indicated whether they want to vote around the table or whether they just want to be there? Because often they refuse.
They wouldn't get a vote because they've been appointed member.
Their own rules. Their own rules.
And that would probably apply to the regional council as well.
And presumably the independent member as well, under the government's new regulations, they wouldn't get a vote. Okay.
Okay. Councillor Daly, did you want to speak to it?
I'd like to speak last when we've exhausted the other speakers, if there are any.
Okay, Councillor Alvin.
Well, yeah, I'm not afraid to speak to it. Thank you, Councillor Joyce, for attempting to divert this resolution before it actually was even debated, but that's fine. I am and have always been concerned about the Gang of 20. And I think we have amply demonstrated around this room an inability to cooperate as a group of 20. It's a reasonably critical issue for me. If we go into this, I want it to be as good as it possibly can be. I want every possible angle considered. And I don't think the group of us as 20 will give effect to that. I have never operated in any commercial environment where 2 boards of 10 set up a subcommittee of 10 each and expect to get anything sensible done. I'm far more used to having subcommittees set up of selective groups with expertise that do some work and report back. So fundamentally, this is an unfamiliar and uncommon practice to me. I think we need to be nimble, and I've heard comment from around the table that with 20, we're going to make decisions more easily. I refute that totally. I've never seen us make, as a group of 20, decisions more easily. It goes exactly the other way. Here, it's the process to set up a subcommittee made up of specific people. Now, I know there's a problem around our table, and I don't know whether it exists around yours, which I think is around lack of maturity or whatever else.
Can we keep it to not personalities, please?
I'm not talking about personalities, I'm talking about generalities. That there is this general view that we do not have sufficient trust in each other to appoint people to represent us. And I think that's a kind of tragedy. It seems to me that if we want to do this effectively, we would collectively appoint 3 of each other's teams to get together. We take the opportunity to gather the expertise of regional council, that's fine. I do like the idea of someone from the Crown or their appointment. It doesn't need to be, doesn't specifically say it means a representative Crown facilitator. It's a representative, it's not them. And then an independent. And I'm thinking about someone from outside our little pond. You know, we could talk about someone who's gone through the troubles of the Auckland exercise, someone who's had experience in these sorts of exercises in the past to help us through the process. I know there's concerns about voting powers and non-elected members having votes. I'm not suggesting that. I think this exercise is one of both being reactive to what our councils want to deliver and proactive in giving us some advice. And I think that'll be a much more streamlined process. With Councillor Daly, I say we, but we did work on this together, have looking to limit the range of decisions. I think the double majority would still apply to some of the issues. But fundamentally, I see this as a much more conventional means of addressing this issue. I think it'll be much more speedy, and I think that it will add to the efficiency and the effectiveness of what we're trying to do.
Councillor Darling.
If there are no other speakers, I would like to echo everything that Councillor Elvin has said. Like he said, it was a joint it was a collaboration on the wording, and for clarity, it was based on the Eastern Bay of Plenty Head Start proposal, transitional governance structure, which Graham commented on first sight of that document that he thought that was a great idea and proposal that they'd put forward for that. And so we have taken that as a base, but we've significantly simplified it. But when Graham put his idea about this joint committee structure as opposed to the committee of 20, which I agreed with in the first place, let's be clear, because only if it had a dual majority on everything, so every decision would go back to each council for a dual majority, 6 out of 10 vote. When it became apparent that that was going to be limited to just the debt and the representation, and I acknowledge that those are the 2 main issues, but I think the amendment we just passed prior to this one makes up for that loss. However, I do believe that a committee of 20 is a cumbersome arrangement. Even though you've got everyone in the room, you make a vote in that room, you don't go back to each council. So there are benefits, but I think our concern was the simple majority. And I guess I might touch upon that later about the dangers of that. But so the addition of governance expertise or independent commercial expertise, I think, and a Crown facilitator, as Hemi Smiler did tell us that he was open to that possibility if there was possibility of dispute between parties, and I think we're seeing now that there will be disputes between our parties. So, and I've always been concerned about the lack or the seemingly disregard for regional council's role in this process. And yes, I know our outline proposal suggests that regional council staff will be involved in this, but I'm very concerned about the shutting out of regional council elected members. And I think this goes some way to addressing that. I actually proposed 2 regional council members initially, but so it's sort of a compromise on a compromise. But I think if we get this over the line, I think we'll be in a stronger place to protect both sides of the fence, to be honest. So with that, I recommend this amendment.
I'll say a few words on this one. Whilst I don't necessarily disagree with a smaller group being and more efficiency, this isn't it. I don't believe most of our councillors on both sides of the room are in a position where they don't want to be at the table making these decisions. I think there's a discomfort around that. But more importantly, this proposal is envisaged as only being recommendatory, which means that it would be intolerably efficient. They'd meet and they have to go to a separate council meeting. And then if that doesn't agree, then you're back again. It'll be an absolute nightmare. It also unwinds the position we had regarding negotiating the only major issues and a double majority. That's what was comfortable around our table, that the last resolution touched on, that we would only have double majorities for the major issues, you know, the big rocks, as they said, and then some major ones as they come up. So I can't support this one. Deputy Mayor.
We come to the table in good faith. We saw and heard the whole recommendations and the debate that you had, and you gave us confidence that we were here to work together. The awful thing is, we're not a board. We're not bound by anything. Local government has its flaws. It has flaws because some councillors don't actually represent their communities, or they misrepresent them, and that's their problem, not ours. The wonderful thing is that we're all in this together. The first thing that our lot complained about was that they were not at the table for the 3 waters. And when we are all round the table, now trying to make sure that we all split into small groups and take away the right for everyone to have a voice at this table, which I will protect as long as I possibly can. So, Mr. Chairman, this is the time when this organisation will seek advice from other people. We would be foolish to think that we're going into this and we know everything and we can seek advice, which is as good as this amendment. So I'm opposed to it. I just want to get on and make sure that we continue to work together, build our trust in each other, and let's see what we can do better for our community of Tauranga and Western Bay. That, after all, is who we're here to represent.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there any other speakers for or against this amendment? No? In which case I shall put the amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against, please raise your hands. Hang on. Sorry, start again. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Counted right, 5 all. Lovely. Look,
That fails.
No. So I'll decline to use a casting vote and it fails, I guess. Okay. There's another amendment. Okay, so the next amendment that's been signalled, councillors, please. The next amendment that's been signalled is around arbitration. It's a. We're going to go to the second bullet. Okay, okay, we'll do that one. Fine. Okay, so it's the second bullet up there that was below the double majority issue. I'll read it out so everyone knows that the terms of reference and membership arrangements for the joint committee will be reviewed no later than March 27, noting that this review could lead to a continuation of the arrangements or an amended approach to reflect the next stage of the process and or the efficacy of the joint committee arrangements. So essentially this, actually I'll end up speaking to it. So I'll seek a mover and seconder for that one. Councillor Joyce. Seconder, Councillor Coxhead, please.
Yeah. Look, I see both this amendment and the previous one as quite small beer. You know, they won't change the thrust of the whole plan, whether it's going to rise or fall on something else. To my mind, the only reason I didn't support the previous one was that we can do that anytime we like. As a group, if we decide that it's too hard to be all in one room together, we can change our minds and go to a subcommittee anytime we like. I was just aware that I saw it as being harder to go the other way. Right. So, yeah, both the suggestion and the previous amendment was valid. Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. You know, it's an alternative. Yeah, the committee of the whole as an alternative. I think the key thing is we just need to be flexible. And if we have a couple of meetings, we go, oh, this is really not working, it's so tiresome. We need a better system, or we think or we need the Crown facilitator to be actually on the committee rather than just sort of advising. We can do that. We can. The one piece I wanted to make sure of is that it said no later than, because it might be well before March next year that we decide that that Grant and Graham are right. That we really can't do it, and I'm open to that conversation whenever, because I don't think we need to have be really staunch about this. I think we just need to be flexible.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Soul.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I would support this as well. In particular, probably because of the format of things in the last motion we had, but even more so, the reason is that the ability to review is important. At times we can get it. It's all too quick. Everything's happening fast. We're all saying it. The ability to review some of the way we go about making decisions also could need review. And it is a large committee and it is quite cumbersome and it may not work well, or it may. To be honest, even today, I think through those questions, it worked not too badly. Yeah, there was a bit of time taken up, but we went through the questions. So it has potential to work, but I believe we just need to be able to have, yes, the backstop of being able to change it if councils feel we need to.
Thank you. Councillor Coxon.
I was happy to second this because basically we lost the last one, and but I do think, I think this is important anyway to keep this on review. And I do think that we're going to find a council of the whole quite tedious already. I think we're getting a sense of this. So yeah, happy to support this. Nothing much more to add to that.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. I would just say, just for the benefit of our guests here, that actually this is a bit of a nothing, this one. We can review the terms and reference of committees anytime we like anyway. The wording evolved a little bit. It was actually, the date's only in there because it was anticipating a change following the final worked up proposal in March. But then people wanted an option to do it earlier, and that's fine with me. We can, maybe we go to, maybe the team of 20 is fine. Maybe it's the smaller option that Councillor Daly and Councillor Alvin were after, but there's full flexibility there. So it's actually a bit of nothing. So I'm supporting. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Strangely enough, we're all grown-ups in this place. Strangely enough. And I think we have a lack of trust in a committee, and we're all used to committee work, and we can at any time pull in recommendations or change things around as a whole. I don't see any necessary for this amendment, and I'll vote against it.
Okay. So with that, I don't see anyone else wishing to speak. I'm going to put the motion, put the amendment. All those in favour, please raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? 1, 2. Someone abstaining, or I miscounted? 7. So 7, 3. Okay. Okay. You abstained. Okay. So I'll declare that that carried. Okay, I think there's one more amendment, and that's around their arbitration. Do I have a mover and seconder for this one, please? Unfortunately, you can't do that one, but because you lost an amendment already. So can someone else, please? No. Yeah. Do you want to do it, Rod, Councillor Joyce? And someone else, please? So, Councillor Cox said. There we are. So.
If I'm not allowed to second it, I'm not allowed to speak, surely.
No, you can speak to that.
Oh, generously, beyond belief. This for me is quite simple. I was very concerned about the fact we made sure we had an end process. You might be surprised that I realised that the effect of this may well be to remove any off-ramps. And I think it probably does. But I think you'll find as the day progresses, I'm a yes, let your yes be yes and your no be no man. If we go into this, then I think we need to be in a process that there aren't any off-ramps. We make that decision. If we make that decision, we're in for the long haul. I also want to make sure that we control our own destiny to its conclusion. So that's my the other thing is, and I know there's going to be some comment that we do things differently in local government. I've had that conversation before. Because we do it differently, that's because it's been a disaster for such a long time. We need to actually maintain some commercial rigor around these things. This provides the commercial rigor for me to come to a conclusion. So that's why I'm in support of it.
Councillor Joyce?
I don't see this as a substantial issue, to be honest. If we get this far down the track and we're at each other's throats at this much, the government will step in. And in fact, one of the things that's been put into this is, the government's delegated representative. I mean, the government's already saying, if you get into this bigger mess, we're going to step in. So I see it as a piece of nothing. I appreciate what Councillor Alvin says. It is very weird for local government to put things in the hands of arbitration. But, it's not going to happen, frankly. If we're in that bigger mess, it'll be taken out of our hands. And I don't think we will be in that bigger mess because I think we've done a good job crafting this agreement. So I'm fine either way, frankly.
Any other speakers? No? I'll put the amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Is that everyone? No. All those against? So it's 9-0. Carried. Margaret's abstained, I believe. Okay. Right. I'm not aware of any other changes made. Councillor Beach?
Can I just have clarification that 5C has gone through?
5C.
It's parked, it's what's been moved at this moment, hasn't been voted, you haven't voted yet.
So that has been moved, but we haven't debated that yet. Yep, okay. So I'm not hearing any desire for any more amendments. So we'll move on to the, do you have a question or was?
Councillor Dinsdale?
Yeah.
Did
Did you want to speak to the motion, basically?
Because that's the reason, yeah, I do want to speak to that much.
Can we get clarification exactly what is in front of the committee? What's the council moment, please?
The substantive motion, as it now sits, is 5A, 5B, 5C, and the three amendments we made, which is around
These ones here.
which are on the screen now.
So I think you should take C as a further recommendation and that we should be able to vote on that separately.
I'm happy to do that to do that separately. If you're Councillor Mobend, you're happy to do that as a seconder. Okay, so C will do separately. Happy to do that. So the motion is 5A and B, including additional wording on screen now. Okay. So I'm happy to kick off the batting order. I support pathway A, the sub-regional unitary through Head Start. This is the preferred option of the people of the Western Bay of Plenty, including our iwi and hapu. In fact, it is the preferred option of the people of every district in the Bay of Plenty and their councils. I believe the sub-regional option provides us with the scale and efficiency that we need, alongside decent representation that will be, in my view, extremely hard to achieve in an efficient manner in a bay-wide model. I'm proud of the way the councils, and in particular the mayors of the Bay of Plenty, have worked together for a beneficial outcome for everyone, hopefully. I look forward to a positive response from the Minister as soon as we get this over the line, and the detailed work required to create a fully fleshed out final proposal. I want to pay tribute to our staff and those at TCC for their hard work and long hours recently, and also to elected members whose workload has soared. I also want to thank Tauranga City Council elected members and staff for the way they've engaged. There have been a few ups and downs, but the discussion has been valuable. And I hope our relationship can build over the coming months. So I support this, and I hope we can all be together. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Could I just have a point of order, sir, please?
Please.
My issue now is if we pass these with these amendments and it goes to TCC and they reject it, what are we then left with? Surely we're not in a position to pass this. Certainly I'm not in a position to be prepared to discuss being in favour or against this based on the fact that these amendments might not be passed. If these amendments are passed, I might be inclined to support it. And if they're not, I might be disinclined to support it. So I'm certainly not prepared to engage in a discussion about whether I'm prepared to go into Head Start or not without understanding whether our brother councillors are in favour of some of our amendments. Or am I just the only one that thinks like that?
So we are voting on whether we want what we've put forward here. And it's then up to Tauranga City Council to agree with that or not. Okay.
Can I speak to it now?
Please do.
This is the most important decision that we will make. Most of you are new to local government. I'm close to 50 years of involvement of working with communities of ratepayers. I think it is wonderful that Tauranga City has said we're equal partners in this exercise. You could have taken the high ground like they did in 1989 and take the high ground and say, this is what we want, and they don't have to even consider us. But you haven't. You've said we are equal and we will work through this together. And that I commend Tauranga City, and Western Bay has got to stand up and actually acknowledge that we have a responsibility to our ratepayers. We're not a responsibility to ourselves, and we're not going down a whole lot of rabbit holes. We've got work together to do together. And our community have said, we're happy for you to go in and work on our behalf. The two issues are representation and the debt. And we know those are surmountable. Councillor Schooler, and when Tauranga City had their meeting, she also said, which I endorse completely, the economics of this must be of benefit to our ratepayers. It can't come in thinking that we're creating a bureaucracy that's going to be more expensive than what we've got at the present time. It is between we two councils. It's not between the regional council. They're no longer in this debate. We can guide from them information that we need, but this is our job. And I strongly support the recommendations that are before us. And I think for our ratepayers, they would say exactly the same thing. Get on with it. They don't know where the boundary is, Barks Corner. When I moved up here from Tauranga, there was a sign in the middle of the roundabout at Barks Corner. So I said to my husband, Dougie, that's wrong. You can't put advertising in the middle of a roundabout. I'll call into the council. He said, don't worry. But I said, yes, we will. And so there was, I discovered that Western Bay sits in Tauranga Council. It's worked well because it's halfway between all different areas. Sometimes our people will come and debate at the Bay Court. And so from Waihi Beach and so from Makatū. I want to speak to the Rotorua thing because that's a nonsense. I do believe.
Point of order, let's just discuss that one separately, okay?
I know that. I just said that. I want to actually acknowledge that I don't believe in the regional body. Our mayors have worked well together. Regardless of what you think, they have worked well together and they have set the scene for this exercise. Kaurau, good little council. Apotiki and Whakatane have decided they're in agreement. They will merge. Rotorua, it stands out. It will be pushed in one way or the other, but I don't believe it'll be pushed into Tauranga. We've had a regional deal that links both our councils as a blueprint to the future. And we can work together to achieve that. But I'm so grateful to Tauranga City who said it's one person, one vote, and we're all equal around this table. So I just want to get on with it, Sue. And I also, before I sit down, I just want to commend Tauranga for the way they've approached this subject. I want to commend Emily and Gareth for the way they have worked to make sure that they've got the best from all of us. We're not a board, we're local government. And local government means you represent the people. And so my view is we've got to stand up, straighten up, and get on with the job of working together to bring this council together because I think it is in the best interest of this region. It's my view.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers, please. Councillor Coxhead.
Just a point, should we just go around the table? Wouldn't that make more sense? Yeah, I'm sure everyone's got something to say.
Maybe, but let's just do it the usual way.
Okay, whatever. Sorry, a little warning in advance. My speech is neither entertaining nor is it emotional, so that's very factual. I am not fundamentally opposed to amalgamation. However, I am opposed to a rushed and poorly articulated rationale to impose a proposal of such magnitude in 90 days. A decision that affects how local democracy will best be served requires full evidence-based research, applicable funding models, and the full understanding of the views of our communities of interest and how best to serve these. These are all to be ascertained after an agreement to proceed has been approved by both councils. Additionally, this should be a measured process focusing on how any amalgamated council should function going forward, cost efficiencies, more effective operational delivery, best representation models, and only after full consultation with our community. We have not even explored a bay-wide unitary council, as the Bay of Plenty mayors all agreed they would pursue 3 unitaries, east, central, and west. Instead, the government has given us 90 days to assess our dance partners, obtain limited feedback from our communities, and discuss a way forward with Tauranga Council. The legislation is not yet in place, nor are any detailed guidelines. We would normally require a referendum, which we talked about earlier, but this has been ignored in anticipation of the new legislation. Will it happen in the detailed design phase or not? Probably not. This should have been the starting point. This council received 262 items of feedback from a population of 60,000. This is not a statistically significant result. We have held multiple meetings with Tauranga Council, with staff, the DIA. Some of these meetings have been difficult and negotiations have not always gone smoothly. I have also often felt these meetings have been a bit of a battle of wills rather than a focus on best outcomes. I believe that our 2 councils are not entirely aligned in our values and objectives. Some here have treated us like disobedient children. We have 2 mayors eager to push forward with amalgamation. However, some of us are less enamored with the prospect. And believe me, this is not about parochialism, nor is it tribalism. I am surprised at how confident some of you are that this is the best thing for the future. Where is the evidence to back this? Let's be frank. This is a business decision and facts matter. I am not comfortable with, and the feedback I have listened to is the following: the high level of debt levels of TCC, our differing views on community consultation, any proven benefit for our Western Bay communities. I have concerns about our smaller communities will lose their voice. We have already seen how the 2010 Auckland merger played out. In fact, the merger created a massive bureaucracy. It shifted power away from smaller local boards, reducing community engagement and responsiveness. Auckland's per capita costs and rate increases have largely exceeded National Council averages. This large-scale merger has ultimately failed to prove that bigger equals cheaper or better for the end ratepayer. None of us really know what the backstop option could look like. We needed time to thoroughly explore all options, and we should question the logic, and where logic is absent, we should just say no. Therefore, I am opposed to an amalgamation with Tauranga Council.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. Any other speakers, please? I don't have to go along the order, but do you want to speak, Councillor Beach?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep. Look, first of all, I'll apologise for any repeatment that you've just heard from Councillor Coxhead. But in saying that, the facts are the facts, and you cannot deny those. So please bear with me. Just 6 months into the role, the government sent us a very clear message: deliver an amalgamation proposal under the Head Start process. Despite having very little information to work with, we may not even have the option of accepting it, and we won't comply. We risk being placed into a backstop argument where the government will make decisions for us. To make matters worse, we were given only 90 days to submit the proposal. Knowing full well that 90 days is nowhere near enough time to properly engage with our communities and receive meaningful feedback, the process felt doomed from the start. 5 options were initially put on the table, but they were quickly narrowed down to just 2, a sub-regional amalgamation and a regional amalgamation. Both options included Tauranga City Council and Western Bay District Council. In many ways, I felt that we were damned if we do and damned if we don't. The feedback from the community, from my community, was clear. People were concerned about increased debt, reduced representation, and the risk of their communities being overlooked. Unfortunately, you with me? Unfortunately, the region's mayors stepped in and removed the regional option from the consideration, leaving only a sub-regional proposal. While Tauranga City and the Western Bay may look like a logical fit on a map, on paper we could hardly be more different. Urban versus rural priorities, differing debt levels, representation concerns, and additional layers of governance are just a few examples of these differences. The government has put councils into an extremely difficult position. After more than 40 years of operating under a separate district, city, and regional council structures, being told to resolve such a significant issue within 90 days is simply unacceptable. Don't get me wrong, I am not opposed to amalgamation. However, the way this is processing has been conducted is unacceptable. I do not believe council should be making decisions out of fear of government intervention, and I strongly believe our communities deserve the opportunity to have their say. I have never subscribed to the idea that bigger is automatically bigger. However, if amalgamation is to occur, I believe a regional model would be more proactive, greater, longer benefits to all involved, and proposal currently before us. For these reasons, I will not be supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. Other speakers, please. Councillor Joyce.
I just wanted to make sure he spoke before I bugged up the microphone. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff. Yeah, Gareth and Emily have been at the front of this, but a lot of other people have worked on it as well. So yeah, all the people involved have been pulling long hours and have tried really hard to come up with something that we could support. I'm not going to defend the process. 90 days is too short. I would gently remind people, and people don't like me talking about 1989 amalgamations, but the government of the day rode roughshod over everybody. I lived in Eastbourne at the time, and they were determined to stay independent. And they swallowed up into Hutt City and actually have long forgotten about that fight. That is not to say it'll go well. You beat me to Voltaire. It's one of my favourite sayings. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So we are where we are. So today I wore my elephant tie, because the elephant in the room is that Wellington has decided all the big political parties are on board with this. And to ignore that is to ignore reality. I'm not saying it's nice, but it is to ignore reality. I'd like to commend where we are in terms of thinking about this as a start is the key word. We've heard it a lot from others, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but this is a framework agreement. It's more of a heads of agreement or a memorandum of understanding, slightly more than a memorandum of understanding, but it's not the final agreement. I welcome the fact that, Tauranga, which does not have a third level of government in terms of community boards, is now willing to have that on the table. I welcome the fact that ring fencing, the other key issue for our communities when we talk to them, has been largely resolved in a way that we can work forward. I welcome the fact that we have been willing to work together as equals through the transition phase. And to say, we've been disadvantaged by this process, I actually don't think we have been. Again, I'm not defending the rush, but that is what it is. Efficiency is needed. I don't believe our council is particularly efficient. We have very good people working for us, but they're working against the system sometimes just to get things done. I look across the road, and I'm not going to speak about others, but I think there's some work to be done there too. But efficiency is not about the system. Correctly, Councillor Coxhead has used the Auckland example, but that's not because the structure was wrong. That's because the governance was poor. They had 3 big spending mayors in a row. And if this goes ahead, and it may or may not, it'll go ahead in some form, but whether it goes ahead through Head Start or some other process, it is then up to whoever is around this table, in the biggest sense, to actually drive that. No system of government drives efficiency. It's the people at the top who drive the efficiency. So, whether we have 1 council or 2 councils or 10 councils come together, it's not a given anyway. I've already used my bacon and eggs, so please I'll miss that one. On the regional unitary authority, I too am disappointed that was taken off the table so early. But the simple fact is we can't force those in the east to take the medicine, even though it might be good for them because there's been massive transfers from regional council from west to east. But the best way to sell that vision is to make this work. If we can show that we can make this work, then that's the best way we've got to remove the fear of the east. Yes, I'm also here for children, for our grandchildren and our grandchildren, right? This is a long-term decision. I think we have the makings of something special. I do think that, at the moment in Western Bay, Omokara is lumped in with the back end of Welcome Bay as one community. I don't think that's real. It's a construct. Frankly, I've said this a few times, Te Puke has more in common with Papamoa than it does with Karikari. The idea that Western Bay is this wonderful cohesive unit is actually not true. It was the bits left over from Tauranga in 1989. We've made it work as best we can. We have worked really hard on that and our communities have worked really hard on that. But there does need to be, at some stage, a more logical system. It's coming whether we want it or not. The question really is, are we going to be at the decision or not? We don't know what backstop will bring. We don't know what will happen if Head Start goes ahead and we're forced into it. So I guess it's a bit like, we're already on the ship, we're already leaving the harbour. And the question is, do we want to be on the bridge, helping make the decisions? Or do we want to be down on the lower decks, cooking bacon and eggs or doing some other duty? Contributing, yes, but we don't know how much say we're going to have up on the ship's bridge unless we sign this framework and actually get involved and do it.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Other speakers? We are going down the line, aren't we? Councillor Ray.
Thank you, sir. So multiple speakers around the country have expressed concerns of the incredibly rushed nature of this reorganisation of local government. Something so important, in my view, needs to have a lot more time and understanding of the pros and cons. Is it really okay to say that we will submit the bare minimum required and work things out further as we go? I'll let you be the judge of that. Coming back to the all-important debt and representation conversation. I'm not satisfied where we landed, and I'm not criticising staff because they have done the best that they can under the extreme pressure that we've had imposed on us. If it is so necessary and important, why wouldn't we put this to a referendum? Or at least have a clear backstop legislation drawn up and lay off the threats of we'll do it to you. I've really struggled to see benefits for our ratepayers. Just the cost of this alone is huge and under no clear government relief. Not to mention the amount of time that we have all put and spent dealing with this, to come to this point today. It's been a huge distraction from some of the more localized important work that we are put here to do. I have, however, come to a conclusion that today I'll be voting against the motion. I want to speak for the voice of our people who said that they don't want to merge. And if for whatever reason we are forced, they are not worried about that. I guess you could say they're used to it. Forcing people to do what they don't want to do isn't an act of good faith or a noble move. It's more of a cowardly, power tripping one. And I wish those people luck and hope they can live with that decision, be it central government or whomever. Because I know I couldn't if I choose to do this today. Our people deserve better. Less representation is not it. Bigger doesn't always mean better.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Daly. Oh, did you? Yeah, Councillor Alvin, go on.
There's no surprise, sir, that Councillor Daly's not ready.
It'd be worth the wait.
Without doubt. TCC Council is welcome. To my own brothers around and sisters around the table, it's been a tough period of time. Mahe, condolences to you on your loss, particularly this arising in the middle of all of this stuff. So I'm sure you've still don't know whether your head's in Finland and your other nether parts or somewhere else, but look, it's been tough for you. I'm not wearing a black suit because of that. I'm actually wearing a black suit because I'm just concerned about the demise of local democracy and a community voice. And really that's been deeply concerning for me. Now, I didn't have an easy upbringing, but what I was brought up on was let your yes be yes and your no be no, that the man who stands for nothing will fall for anything. And sometimes there's consequences for that. I'm certainly not prepared to be caught in a position where some central government who've interfered with local government for such a long time is trying to distract the population from their own difficult position by yet again picking on local government. The Americans had a long-standing domestic policy was when things were going really badly at home, they started a war. Our government probably hasn't got the horsepower to invade Norfolk Island, so they decide they'll particularly pick on local government as their whipping boy. And you only have to look at the number of amendments to the Act to see that. And you know, I guess I've just said to myself, enough's enough at that. At what point has my moral compass spun so much that I'm no longer prepared to just bend over and accept it? I do not live in the Democratic Republic of Congo. You know, I live in a free and open democracy. Thomas and Jefferson had a quote. He must be rolling in his grave when you listen to this quote, but experience hath shown that even under the best forms of government, those entrusted with power have in time and by slow operations perverted into tyranny. And it might be overstating the fact, but I'm really disappointed about the central government mandating and exercising such a short place. I campaigned on amalgamation. I'm in favour of amalgamation. I would have liked as two councils for us to get around the table and really get down to the nitty-gritty of that. Instead, we've been forced into this position where we've had to do this and had to do that. The government said jump. Courageously, we said how high. I'm sorry, that's just not the way I prefer to say. Oh, if we don't do this, we're going to be sent to a gulag. I mean, I find that sort of behavior offensive. So that's basically my stand. I really genuinely believe that we could have made this work with some time. I get on really well with all you guys that side of the table. I get on with most on this side of the table. Some of you I probably don't know well enough to make a decision that I don't like anymore, but perhaps familiarity's in there. But I don't think this process is bringing out the best in us. I don't think this process is about collaboration. It's been confrontation. It's moved from having an open perspective to patch protection. And it's driving suspicion, not success. All of the things I believe in. And the problem is, under the pressures we've been operating, we start to see some bad behaviours emerge, both sides of the table. And I'm really uncomfortable with that. I don't think that is a good way to go into this process. And we've been bombarded by change after change after change. I said to one of my fellow elected members, I must be thick because I just simply cannot keep up with what's going on. I feel deeply concerned that I am unable to properly represent the people who put me there because I haven't had time to deeply consider these issues that are changing the whole landscape. I'm not prepared to say yes just because we've been told to. So, as I say, I'm against it, not because I'm against amalgamations. It's about my social responsibility and moral compass spinning at high speed. So, in a couple of other issues that have come to the fore, we've only got to deal with the big rocks. We'll deal with the detail later. The devil is in the detail. That is an excuse for the fact that we've all been saying this is too rushed. We are doing this too quickly. We have to do this. Well, we don't. We don't. I want to do it properly. I want to sit down and work through the issues. I want to be satisfied I can look my community in the eye and said, given it the best shot to get an outcome for this area. I said before, I'm also a Bay boy. I'm a Bay of Plenty boy. I don't feel comfortable with just Tauranga and Western Bay. My perspective was much wider than that. We have not explored that. We got the decree letter from the mayors that they'd all had their meeting, and we've been on that track ever since. And I'm disappointed about that. So it's clear what my position is. I'm also disappointed that had some of these motions gone forward that we've addressed and had some of them been implemented, I might have been in a position that I was prepared to reconsider those positions because there were some safety nets in there. We now haven't had the opportunity to do that because we've got to say yay or no before we've heard your response. Now, I think I'll say to you, Mahe and your team, you've played it very well. You've played it exceedingly well tactically, and I give you credit for that. But as I say, my response is still, I will not be voting in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Elvin. Councillor Daly, do you want to come back in on it?
You need to tell.
Look, I need, my bladder is just not supporting me today, so I'm going to pass and come back shortly once I've relieved myself, because I fear I may not make
Please do. Councillor Dinsdale.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to seek clarification. Given that there is another recommendation on the table that hasn't had discussion, and yet we've already got formed opinions, I'd like to reserve my right until after 5C. Thank you.
Can I just clarify, because the intention would be, I'm trying to get the right page back again. Regardless, my view would be, regardless of the vote here, that we consider 5C, okay, separately, because that is our view, regardless of whether we want to go down Head Start or not.
My problem is, and my concern is, that fellow elected members have already stated their position, not having had a discussion on 5C.
Doing 5C separately.
Then I'd reserve my right to speak at that time, sir.
Okay. Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Daly always likes to be last, as we know. So that's cool. Oh, sorry, yes, he's going to miss out. Well, good on you. Sir, I just basically look at this whole thing, and you know, today when I was down in the cabbage pack talking to the ferries, they said It's bloody cold, isn't it? And they just sort of gave me some advice, I guess. Said, listen to Mr. Crowther. And I can hear now, right now, I can hear the Enola Gay starting up. It's flying this way, probably, just to reminisce Hiroshima. So one of the things I've got to say, I think we've missed some of the points here. Basically, function before form, I think would have been a far better way. Time has not worked with us. Direction of various things hasn't worked with us. So we haven't really got down to the functions in a higher level. I am not saying in depth, but we haven't got to that and then shaped an organisation. Where we're going now is shaping an organisation, and then we'll make all the other bits fit. And I just don't think that is right. But that's one bit. I guess in some ways, it's inevitable for Western Bay or part thereof it to be tied to Tauranga. We surround you. I had a comment once put to me, well, what would you guys do? You know, what's the story? And I said, well, you guys better get some bloody good boats because we own the roads all the way around here. But hey, the fact is, you are our big city, big brother, big in so many ways. And it is logical that you want to be able to work further into the Western Bay. I actually believe that we should have carved off land and let you guys go for it. I believe you guys should be able to do it on your own. That's my view. Because the difference between us is you talk. I heard the comment one day at one of our meetings, you talk in stories high. You talk in a tight circle. You can see the difference already between us, that we talk about that end to that end. We talk about almost just little communes of people. You've got them tightly condensed. You can manage so much in such a tight little space. Going to change whoever runs this organisation soon if we're in it with you. Or whoever's with you or whatever. It's going to be quite a change. And that's for anybody. So to me, the geographical thing was still there. Representation, I come back to this as well. Communities of interest, and it's part of this whole thing. Hell, where I represent, where Rodney there represents, our interest with you guys is minimal. And your interest in us is virtually zero. So communities of interest aren't being served. And that was one of the things in the statements. I just find that quite difficult to understand how an organisation, and be it reverse, an organisation like us going to manage Tauranga City. We aren't into high rise. We aren't into that high density. We aren't into that high flow of commercial buzz and business. All right. So we don't have a lot in common in that sense, other than geographically there, we're the Western Bay, the Bay of Plenty. That's great. So to me, it's an area that worries me. So I look and I say Waihi Beach. Okay, because I live there. I live in Athenry. Great place. Do you know that our area of interest is Waihi? Even where I live in Athenry, it's only 9 k's. It's closer than Katikati. Sorry, actually, that's wrong. Katikati is closer by 1k. The thing is, we shop in Waihi. We play in Waihi. A lot of us work outside. Virtually none work in Waihi Beach. It's very minimal. But a heap work in Waihi and beyond, and quite a few come this way. But Waihi is their area and community of interest. That's where we're tied to in so many ways, whether this goes ahead or not. And it's one of the areas why I wish to just get some interest in those words in one of the clauses earlier, because the people of Waihi Beach and Athenry mightn't want to be associated in this new organisation. and they should have an ability to move out. Whether people, so the extremities, Makatu and down that way, and Waihi Beach, we may have totally different ideas, but over the years, we've been very similar in how we are. We're at the extremes. We're the last on the list to get something done. If you wanted, and I'm getting into nitty gritty, but you have a noise complaint, you might wait an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe next week before you get a response. All right. It's not a great thing. So they're more interested in localism, being in the area, working with people close by. It will be an interesting test to see what they really want, because they do acknowledge the driving power of Tauranga, just the same. So to me, we needed to basically dot a few more I's and cross a few more T's than what we've done so far, for me to feel comfortable about where this is going potentially. And to be honest, I think we're so damn close. But there are some things that are just missing from this. And unfortunately, we're not going to get there. And that's partly because of how we've had to go about it, the timeframes, how it's been driven, that the mayor's decided that this is where we're going. Now, I can tell you, I've talked to other councillors in other areas, all right? I'm quite a few. I was quite amazed when I got down to it and looking at it, right through the country, how many I knew. And they all felt, in many, sorry, I shouldn't say all, a large number felt quite cut out of the decisions, and that a lot of the direction was made at mayoral level and came down. And I feel we had a lot of that here. And I don't think any of you will totally disagree with that. I'd challenge it. So I think it's one of those things.
Councillor, I think you're getting to the end of the time. Can I ask you to hurry up a wee bit?
Oh, you're just about at the end, sir, believe you me. So yeah, because the Enola Gay is getting closer. So to me, it's actually also disingenuous to actually even say that you won't get a say in what happens if you're in backstop. If that's the case, then whoopee, they're going to have a lot of problems around the country. My home area, Taranaki, only just recently said, we have nothing in common with New Plymouth. So the two councils formed up on their own, South Taranaki and Stratford. And it's happening, if you look around the country, it's happened in a number of places. So be aware that that's a problem. It's not insurmountable in our case, but it is a problem. So to me, sir, I just find that you look at it, if you look at the city of London and London's greater area, there's 32 boroughs in the greater area plus the city of London. It's 9.1 million people, but it's actually in area smaller than Western Bay. It's 32 boroughs. So
Councillor Sol, can we keep it on topic, please? And
I am explaining, sir, what the issues are, and very clearly. I will continue to say, sir, I do not support it today. I will be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Daly.
Thank you for this right to speak. And firstly, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to give a special shout out to Bay Plenty Regional councillors watching this meeting currently. Possibly, I mean, it's 1:30, maybe they've given up a while ago. Currently, with the purpose of convening themselves once we've finished to approve their own resolution of support, presumably for a Bay-wide Head Start outline proposal. And thank you, Graham. I think your speech has given me license to get through my speech with no point of orders called. And Alan, thank you for extending the time limit. It should indeed be an auspicious occasion to be so gathered for such a momentous decision, a decision the likes of which we very rarely see. Possibly 37 years ago, in fact, some of us weren't around back then, as Hautapo reminded us. So remember this day, for you may not witness another meeting where such impassioned decisiveness and last-minute considerations will be displayed. And this decision will reverberate through the ages, because indeed there will be far-reaching consequences for all and sundry after today. And I just must stress, no AI was used in this speech. Look, you've already heard many speeches along the lines of what I thought I was going to say today, but time is short and time is not negotiable in this whole process. So I couldn't decide if I was writing a wedding speech, a toast, a roast, or a eulogy. But why settle for vanilla when you can have good gumdrops? I desperately hope by now that anyone watching has noticed the introduction of at least 2 last-minute amendments or pertinent emails and mayoral letters of intent that have been sprung on Western Bay councillors after the meeting opened and may necessitate the addition of a new chapter to the land war saga in the history of New Zealand. I, with help from some of my friends, have attempted in the short passage of time since we convened this meeting to modify the written agenda before us. Not for nefarious purposes. No, I must stress, it was solely for noble purposes, because all decision makers here at these 2 tables have sworn an oath, the final barrier to sit at our respective tables. And that oath commits us to faithfully and impartially and according to the best of our skill and judgment, execute and perform in the best interests of Western Bay Planning District or Tauranga City the powers, authorities and duties vested in us or imposed upon us as members of Western Bay or TCC by virtue of the Local Government Act 2002, the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, or any other act dated 5th of November 2025 for us in this very chamber, not 5 metres from where I now sit. And maybe that is part of the problem. Both parties are acting in the best interests of their current constituents. Isn't it interesting, those 4 little words, or imposed upon us? I'm starting to feel like John Scrimger now. By virtue of central government legislation, or imposed upon us by virtue of central government legislation. Isn't it interesting? I've never really thought too much about that short phrase until last night as I was drafting my speech. And when government MPs get the bit between their teeth, can't they wreak some carnage? We all know, because we've been on the receiving end of it constantly over the last few years. First 3 waters under the Labour-led coalition. Wasn't that something? Then this, then that. Now Head Start, backstop, rates caps. What does someone say? Backflip? I'm not sure. Under the coalition government, local government is starting to give credence to the saying, an elephant is a mouse built to government specifications. Good tie choice, Rodney. I wore my Bay Planning tie today out of respect to our regional council colleagues who got the early red card. Sorry, I get emotional. We've been shown the yellow card to have a think about improving our behaviour, perhaps. With these new merged council unitary authorities, we are all being herded into nimble, cost-effective, efficient machines that deliver on all of Bish's bluster, or will they follow the Auckland Super City and get a quick shot of adrenaline for the first few years with an impressive spike on the savings and efficiency meter when CEOs and upper middle management experience an invasive colonic cleansing before slumping back to form a slow creeping bureaucratic bulge as life returns to normal and the far fewer elected members come and go to be appeased and tolerated by staff for a couple of years before the next batch of bright-eyed, bushy-tailed badgers bound in. Life truly does go in cycles. Now, what was I saying about noble purposes? Sorry, I lost my way. Maybe that's Bishop and Watt's real point. Have we lost our way? Are we really broken? Plenty of other people have told us just that during our public consultation on Head Start. They also told us we will be subsumed and lost in a mountain of debt and an unavoidable majority voting bloc determined by sheer force of population disparity. 73% to 27% TCC to Western Bay. Something like 9 legacy TCC councillors to 4 Western Bay under the new structure. Now that may be disingenuous because TCC don't always vote 9-1, do they? Whereas Western Bay votes are often 5-5. So where does that leave us? Go figure. No cause for concern there. Maintain the noble aspiration. Is it possible? Have our joint 20-strong workshops and negotiations convinced us we both come to the table, acting in good faith with an open mind and parting with reinforced confidence and collaboration that will allow us to stay strong to our respective oaths? Has the jury delivered their verdict on that yet? Still out to lunch, methinks. You know, I really want to believe in miracles. I really do.
I've come to realise I'm a bit different to those on either side of me. I needed a bit of fairy dust, not just because they keep telling me that, but because I always seem to be stuck in the middle, a true centrist perhaps. The linchpin, as Herb and Glenn call me, Jandals, as Graham and my colleagues are now calling me. Herb, thumbs up for your contribution to national pride 36 years ago when your bottom lines took on a whole different meaning. And I love the pivot to poet, truly a man of many talents. Hotapu, you also missed The Terminator, which came out in 1984, a good year for dystopian futures. But Terminator 2 Judgment Day came out in 1991. I hope you saw that. I hear your kotahitanga, and maybe at this point in time, we're more in need of kaitiakitanga to mend our joint relationship, which is showing stress cracks, as Councillor Crowther acknowledged and Hemi doubled down on, as we attempt to build the whare as we live and cohabit in it, or attempting to build the plane as we fly it. Jen, I know you don't like me quoting you, so us on the outside of the city limits tend to put community heart before commercial head. We're probably more aligned with our departing regional councillors in that regard. Nearly there. But getting back to the man in the middle, it does mean I want to find a way. I want to believe we can do the right thing and continue doing the right thing. Not just walk out the door and start screwing the scrum before the ink is dry on the agreement, which is what my cynical, sceptical colleagues believe, which explains why they are so determined on their positions, I think. Not because they're pessimists, but probably more because they're realists. And don't anyone take that as a criticism, unless you're experiencing heat akin to having a blowtorch on your Y-fronts about now. Funnily enough, I think I find myself most closely on with Councillor Elvin's position. And I know at least he won't mind me saying that. He's looking after the blind side and maybe I'm the happy hooker. Who would have thought that would be possible with a rugby legend / lawyer turned councillor? But I think it's because despite the growing realisation that our worst fears are correct and coming true, we continue to try to find a way through the maze, navigate the mire, cast the net to catch the best prize on offer here. Glenn and Herb and Rick have given us hope with their rousing words in the preamble to today. Constant phone calls, constant aspirational talk from Herb. He truly is a rugby man. Okay, maybe Rick's words are more of a whisper. And Steve, why? Why is it so hard? Factualism, parochialism, separatism, tribalism, volcanism. I didn't know you were a Trekkie. I counter with realism. And with regard to do not make the perfect enemy of the good, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, I think I've lost track of who my enemies are and who my friends are. And Steve, in case we lose our voice, be kind to us in Te Puhi because the Papamoa voting bloc is becoming more significant by the day. So despite the best efforts, it seems it may only be possible at this stage to snatch defeat from the jaws of mediocrity. So it is with deflated heart and bruised ego for not delivering a worthy win-win solution that I can't help feeling like we're damned if we do and damned if we don't. Whichever way we vote, and fortunately people in the street are coming to sympathise with us as they realise the magnitude of what we've been up against. So I guess I'm still waiting for that sign of life, a beacon that will point me in the right direction for my final vote. But hope is fading fast. Is that a light at the end of the tunnel? It better be, because I fear it might just be a runaway train. So Martin, I'm still dancing on the knife edge, but time to jump is imminent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Daly. Before my right of reply, I just want to give Councillor Denzel a last chance. This is the decision. Did you want to speak to it or not?
Tēnā tātou te whare. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and tolerating the behaviours of the wise councillors of Western Bay. I will be voting in favour of Head Start. I do that because for the Māori rate paying communities, it's important, and that was their direction. Yeah. I think I'm disappointed at some of the decisions being made today.
Thank you, Councillor Dinsdale. I now give my right to reply. It won't be that long. During our engagement, public engagement, there was certainly some concern about joining up with Tauranga City Council. The two main reasons for that were taking on debt. That's been solved largely. We've managed to get that ring fenced. And representation. I'm pretty convinced that we got a good solution out there with local boards, community boards, whatever it might end up being. And the overwhelming comment was that, despite what Councillor Sol may say, it is an obvious community of interest. Maybe the extremities, there's a bit of leakage there. That's inevitable. You're always going to have that at boundaries to some extent. But we come to Tauranga for schools, for hospital, for more than food shopping. So, we do have a really common community of interest. I wasn't originally keen on amalgamation, but I've looked at what our community has told me, and I've changed my mind because I'm here to serve the people. That's what each of the mayors around the region have done. They're not pushing their own agendas. They've listened to their people and they've done the best as a response, come together. And I'm really proud of the way that we have done that. It's shown real leadership compared to perhaps some situations elsewhere around the country. So that I won't go on any longer, but I'm in favour of us coming together now and being in charge of our own destiny. And I think we can do that. So thank you very much, everyone. I'll now put the motion. Back on the screen, So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abstain? Abstention somewhere? There's hands all over the place. All those in favour, please raise your hand. High above your head, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you. I declare the motion lost. Thank you. So that does mean there are some further motions or recommendations that we need to cover, not all of them. Have you got the thing on there, please? So I want the new lot. Okay. 5C, I'd like to consider, which is that council strongly opposes the Rotorua Lakes Council resolution signalling a potential boundary adjustment in relation to Makatu and the wider Kaituna catchment within our district, and affirms that the parts of the Kaituna catchment currently within the Western Bay of Plenty District shall remain under the jurisdiction and management of the Western Bay of Plenty District Council or its sub-regional successor. So do I have a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Dinsdale and Councillor Beach. Speakers for this one? We don't have to labour the point if you don't want to, but speakers? Yeah.
I know to turn my mic on, Councillor Dowling. The Makatu Kaituna catchment is an integral part of Western Bay District Council, both geographically and in terms of our community identities. It has a long-standing governance, infrastructure and environmental management arrangements under the Western Bay of Plenty District Council and currently the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. Transferring jurisdiction to Rotorua Lakes Council would disrupt the established relationships with mana whenua, community groups and stakeholders who have collaboratively worked with Western Bay District Council for decades to create uncertainty in the management of flood protection, drainage and environmental restoration projects already underway under the Kaituna Catchment Control Scheme. It will risk duplication of services and increase administrative costs without clear benefits to the residents. Retaining the Makatu Kaituna catchment within Western Bay Plenty District Council ensures continuity, stability, and the protection of existing investment in infrastructure and environmental outcomes. It also honours the commitments made through Te Tini Atuna, the Kaituna River document, which recognises the awa as a taonga tuku iho, a treasure handed down, and supports its management in partnership with local communities hapu and iwi. For these reasons, it is in the best interest of the community, hapu and iwi, the environment and the effective governance elected to make wise decisions for our communities that the Makatu Kaituna catchment remains under the Western Bay of Plenty jurisdiction and thus subsequent sub-regional succession. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Densdale. I support this motion as well. I won't comment too much on the cultural side of things. I think there's other people with more knowledge in that area, but more on the community of interest. If you carved off the Kaituna catchment, you'd end up with a boundary right next to our towns and Tauranga, and you'd have all the boundary issues and difficulties there that we are facing now. In addition, Rotorua would have a frankly bizarre section of coastline that it would have to look after. Maybe there's management agreements, whatever for that, but it would just be a really odd situation they have there. So I'm not in favour of this, and I think, as you know, I'm in favour of the sub-regional option, but that's all. So thank you much. Any other speakers, Deputy Mayor?
I support Councillor Dinsdale in her comments relating to iwi and hapu and Makatu, the protection of it that remains within our district, but it highlights also the predicament that Rotorua has got. It cannot cringe in slipping into our territory. The logical thing is for them to go with Wakatani. And so that's their problem, but I very strongly support fish and chips at Makatu. It's the best you can buy. And I think it's very much part of our area. So long may it continue.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Last but not voting for fish and chips at Makatu. But anyway, Councillor Beach.
No one can argue with the fish and chips at Makatu. Look, I fully endorse Councillor Dinsdale's wise words there and everything she has to say. What is disheartening is to see on social media the reports of what they're proposing to do, and that is disheartening because it's a shame it didn't come around this council table first, so we were aware of it. So I too oppose any such movement from Rotorua.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Alvin.
Yes, I too want to support Councillor Dinsdale's motion, and in particular to support that Makatu and Kaituna community and their right to make their own decisions. I'm also particularly perturbed that I want to double down on what I consider to have been an opportunistic play by Rotorua to slide this opportunity in to the joint mayoral letter. And all of us who have got a slight degree of cynicism recognise that that was nothing more than signalling that position. Now, I don't know whether anything else has happened in the background, but I absolutely support this motion.
Thank you. I think you better put the, oh, go on then, councillor Ray.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I thought I'd better just add a few words to it. I actually do support this motion, but I just wanted to clarify because I know that I definitely put this forward as a suggestion before we went out for consultation, or well, not consultation, to speak to our communities, just in a conversation. But that was exactly it. It was allowing the benefit of that option to be on the table so that our communities could decide. And I was quite shocked with the result, and I was wrong. So I retracted from my position that maybe we should head somewhere else. And now I stand along with Councillor Dinsdale's recommendation to strongly oppose that. And I think any type of changes like that, you know, cannot be slipped through as Councillor Alvin has raised.
Thank you, Councillor Wayne. I'm going to put the motion now. All those in favour, what's in the blue there, all in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. I'm advised there's one more resolution which is relevant for us, and that is resolution 8. And then we're going to adjourn and have lunch. But
I think you need to resolve.
oh, sorry, there is one more. Sorry. Just for form's sake, we need to resolve pathway B. So that's 5, C, D, and E.
Yeah.
Sorry, where's it changing now? EFG, is it? So it's a new 5 EFG. So it resolves not to lodge a head start and notes the other issues there. So do I have a mover and seconder for this, please? Councillor Sol, seconder, please. Councillor Ray. I'm hoping we don't have to debate this again. So do you want to speak to it, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I just deeply regret that it has come to this. And I want to say thank you to Tauranga City councillors who have come into this with an open mind, prepared to shake hands with us and work together. And suddenly our people can't see that, the majority. And that really deepens my concern. We're leaving for someone else to come in over the top and make the decision. And I do hope that there's a minority report going to whoever this goes to, because I think this is a complete failure on the part of Western Bay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Don't see any others. Oh, you do, Councillor Alvin?
Yes, I'm largely in support of this. I have some concern about the language around F, because I don't necessarily totally agree with that wording. I do find that I do want to express my concern that presumptive wording in resolutions is not a favourite of mine. So we don't know what the outcome may or may not be heading into the future, but I'm not going to debate that at this time. I'm happy to support the resolution.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion now. 5 EFG. All those in favour, please raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to abstain. So it's my first time abstaining. Anyway, that's carried. And then the last one, which I was coming to before, recommendation 8, which I've advised we probably need to continue with. The council agrees to work with other councils to consider wider regional and cross-boundary function delivery and shared services where appropriate in future unitary delivery models. Okay. Happy to move Rodney and seconding Councillor Elvin. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? It's carried. So with that, it's been a long session. I'm going to adjourn and we should have lunch, and then I'll let well, if you have things to finish off. But we adjourn back here at 2:15. Thank you. welcome back, councillors. I'll now reconvene the Western Bay of Plenty District Council meeting, and I need a mover and seconder to move into public exclusion with the exception of Tauranga City Council and their relevant staff.